quicker players on the circuit these days. He never used to be as fast as he is these days, but he's always been a natural potter and break builder. Dave Gilbert, one of the most fluent cueists that we have on the tour. Draws the cue tip right back to his thumb. You'll see it here. Look at that. Very capable player. Not quite the player he was in terms of his ranking. He has been as high as 10 in the world. That was about 6 seasons ago now. Over 400 century breaks in his career, 3 of them maximums.
Well, yes, he made the 147th maximum, Gilbert, didn't he, in this very event? 147th of all time. Coventry, actually. Anyway, 3-2 to Wilson on their individual head-to-head. There's been some close matches there as well. Just got a slight problem here, hasn't he? These reds are all out in the open. Easy to leave one on.
Yeah, the 2 reds to the right of the black are blocking one another, so the shot to play here would be to come off the side cushion and rest upon the red nearest this left corner. When you're in a predicament such as this, you've got to find the easiest escape possible, but at the same time leaving things safe. And this looks to be pretty good. He has left the red on, but it's unlikely Dave would take it on because there's no positional value in it.
Both very experienced, aren't they? Been in the latter stages of big tournaments. In fact, they've both been to the semi-finals of the World Championship. Could actually have played in the final, couldn't they, in 2019, because Wilson was beaten by Judd Trump. Gilbert, heartbreakingly in a decider by John Higgins. Gilbert subsequently, in 2024, got to the semis. But this is the opposite. This is a sprint, just best of 5. So little mistakes like that could be actually important. Just failing to make contact, leaving a potential opener here for Wilson.
Badly mistimed by Gary. It was a difficult pot anyway, but to miss it by that far won't exactly instill confidence in him. But similarly, Dave Gilbert has a difficult red to the opposite corner that he may be tempted by. But there's always a lot of pressure on a player when you attempt a shot like this, when the reds are split open like they are, because one mistake in a situation like this could easily cost the frame if you're not careful. Gary seems happy with the safety shot he's about to play, but he'll need to be accurate. Just avoided the corner pocket and he's played it to perfection. Not a snooker, but Dave Gilbert comes to the table here with a big problem. Dave could be tempted by the red to the right corner. There is a safety shot he can play similar to the one that we've just seen from Dave Gilbert, but again, you'd have to be accurate.
So nothing actually potted yet. The 4 points are foul. Two players who once upon a time would have been veterans, I suppose, these two, in terms of, you know, their ages, because Gary Wilson 40, Gilbert 44. There was a time when that was considered old. Not anymore in snooker. Next week at the Masters there'll be 350 somethings playing. The class of 92, Williams, Higgins, O'Sullivan. Well, really good cue ball. Yeah, it's worth saying just on that, not only will they be playing, they've each got a serious chance of winning. You know, they're making up the numbers, obviously, those three. Mark Williams this season became the youngest ever ranking event winner. Now, can Wilson just clip this in? He can.
1.
And not the worst result either.
No, there's equal merit really in taking on either green or brown. Both similar difficulty in terms of both potting the ball and getting position. Goes the brown. Nicely on his next red. Now this is a really good chance, because if he does get onto the black, get that back on its spot, then there's every chance for Gary to score heavily from this opportunity.
Six.
Yeah, and as you said, a heavy score, you know, 6 maximums to his name, including one this season. But that's the game now, isn't it? You know, that's how to be successful in modern snooker, is to make the most of these opportunities. We've had 14 centuries in Group 1, which I think is a lot, actually, you know, first 2 days of the year when people maybe haven't been playing over Christmas. Including, of course, the maximum from Chris Wakelin, who we'll see later.
$13. 14.
Just didn't quite cannon those 2 reds the way he wanted to.
21.
Not sure he can hold for the black now. He could, but the problem is the cube would be running into those 3 reds just to the right of the one he's about to play, and he could be hampered. So I think it's a good idea, if he can, to get onto the pink to left centre. The problem is there a gap to stun the cue ball through? He doesn't feel there is. But his intention will be the same, to play for the pink. But that's a bad miss from Gary Wilson. I'm sure that will have surprised Dave Gilbert somewhat. Comes to the table much earlier. I think he was expecting to.
He was a long way away, wasn't he? I think coming in as the new players in a group, it's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, yes, you're fresher and, you know, you're maybe not sort of as ground down, but equally you haven't had any table time here. You know, you're not used to conditions, and at this time of year, who knows how much they played. So it may take a bit of time to get going this match, but it also maybe gives an opportunity to the returning players.
Well,
that worked out quite nicely. So Dave Gilbert with his first good chance. from Tamworth in Staffordshire, which isn't too far away from here.
8.
The 1 year list tells us he's not been a great season, 46th, so he's missed out on the World Grand Prix, the big Players Series event. He's one of those players though, Dom, you know, okay, his results haven't been great, but we know what he's capable of, everyone does. If he came through the pack and won a big tournament, it would be absolutely no shock at all.
Yes, so he's a ranking event winner. He won this version of, or the BetVictor Championship League, but the ranking event version
17.
back in 2021, so he knows what it's like to win a major. Very experienced player, of course, and beautiful cueist, and he's beaten just about everybody in the game. As has Gary Wilson, of course.
I think
24.
one of the issues is his enthusiasm for the game does seem to sort of wax and wane a bit, and his good friend Andy Lee, who's a professional himself,
25.
he's often credited as sort of getting him up for tournaments and getting him right in his head, and, you know, getting him in the gym, just making sure he's in the right place to play. And when he is, he can be devastating, of course.
Yeah, he does have a few issues sometimes with his attitude towards practice and snooker generally. I mean, he detests it, for instance, when an opponent plays on when they need 3 or 4 snookers. He doesn't see the value in it at all.
Well, Gary Wilson could tell him the value of it, because a couple of years ago at the Scottish Open in the semi-finals, he needed 3 against Show You Long, 5 each, and got them, and went on to win the tournament. Doesn't happen every time, obviously, but it can.
Probably expected to catch more of that red than he actually did. That's why he's overrun for the black, but he's still on the pink, and he can play for red to the opposite corner, or the right corner I should say. The pink's in, and that's okay. Just got to be a little careful if he plays for the black here that he doesn't snooker himself on it. Well, this is the key shot. If he plays to get him behind the red that's near his hand, he'll probably have a choice of 2, if not all 3 of those reds. Played it nicely.
54.
Well, Wilson had the initial chance, but missed a red to right middle by some distance.
55.
And Gilbert, with the 2 open reds, has enough on to secure the frame here. Elliot Slessor's already done that, by the way. 60 the break from him to take the first frame against Noppen Saengkham on table 2.
That's a lot of backspin and left-hand side, so that when the cue ball struck the side cushion, it moved away to the right, and that's why he's on this red. So just needs this black and 1 more red to secure victory in this first frame, barring snookers, of course.
Well, that is a surprise. That was frame ball. He had nothing really to do there other than pot it, and he hasn't.
70.
So 45 in it, but still 51 on.
Well, Dave Gilbert will certainly not want to move those two reds that are together there. He may well come off the top cushion here and play into the red next to the black to knock it towards a side cushion. He won't want to move those two reds, even though he can see them here. And that's very clever because he's pushed the black up the table as well. Gary Wilson will probably try and develop these two reds, but he'll need to be careful if he does. He might knock one on. And he won't be happy with that, Gary. He's left the red that he played right in the middle of the table and he hasn't covered it. Dave Gilbert could easily take this on. It's frame ball.
No way. Oh, that would have been outrageous. As it is, he's left it near the corner.
One.
Well, he's 44 behind. If he pots the green, he'll still be 41 behind. And with the black where it is, he could be creating problems for himself. Maybe trying to get onto the black there. He could still pot the black, but he would have to forgo position. He's got to bear in mind the scoreboard here, given the black is out of commission for the time being. I think for me there's value in potting the black and playing a good safety, because he could do with the 7 points rather than 3 for the green. Can't really get onto the reds or develop them from the green.
Four. Wilson 4.
For me, I'd be trying to cut this red in, because even if you were to leave it, Gary Wilson would have to get on pink or black from it to be able to still win the frame. And it's cuttable. Cue ball will be returning to bolt to a similar position, actually. No, just keeping it tight. But he very, very nearly left that red on. Just another roll and he would have done.
Well, it's going to be a third attempt at frame ball red, and you sense this will be successful. But while the last red's on the table, with Gary Wilson's record of playing on, I think he will, so he could do with potting the last one, really. Seems a long way back, 48, but of course the free ball with the red, potentially worth 12 points anyway. Just pot this and then that all goes away. So there we are. Overall he played a good frame, just took a little bit of time to kill it off, but that's the first £100 of the year banked for Dave Gilbert.
Gilbert, 8 in the frame.
It is first blood to Gilbert. Yeah, Wilson, he had the first scoring chance, but didn't make much of it, and Gilbert ultimately has done enough as the two players have a little... it's a bit early for a post-mortem, but anyway, a little chat. Yeah, two players. To be fair, they always show up here, don't they? You know, you kind of expect to see Gary and Dave, and here they are. You know, they support these tournaments. Elliot Leicester, of course, was here in Group 1, but finished in 5th place, which means he comes back in Group 2. He's won the first frame, as I said, with a break of 60, trailing by 34 to Noppen Saengkham in frame 2 here, but at the table with a pretty good chance, you've got to say, where the Reds are, to make it 2-0. Table 2, of course, available for you on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel throughout the event.
Second frame, David Gilbert to break.
It's a good break off, but Gary can pop this red and sneak behind that red and the black. Oh, he has cued it beautifully.
1.
And that's one big difference I've seen in the generations that have passed since I turned professional, is that players are confident of potting that, so much so they leave the cue ball in the middle of nowhere really and purposely play for a bulk colour. That never used to happen 30 years or so ago, and that's just because the standard has improved so much now.
Three. Four.
Gary Wilson has only made 285 centuries as a professional player, but he's made 6 147s. That's quite some conversion rate. So for every 47 or 48 century breaks that he makes, one of them's a maximum. That's incredible, really.
Well, he wasn't in the best of spirits in the Summer Championship League. He was a little bit down on his performances, but of course since then he got to the Wuhan Open final. In fact, he was a frame from winning that tournament, lost 10-9 to Zhao Guidong as he goes into the Reds. So seems a bit more chipper now. I'm sure he's obviously looking forward to the Masters next week. That's a huge occasion, big money
27.
tournament. Be playing the world champion Zhao Guidong in round 1. I think what it is with Gary, I mean, everyone's different as a personality, but with him, he really does practice hard. So if he's not getting the results, it's quite easy to get a bit down on yourself. You can't say, well, I didn't prepare properly, because he does. But anyway, he's on the right track again. Missed just that one though. Who was playing for the blue there. He's just come away from the side cushion enough to be able to impart the backspin necessary to still be able to get onto a red from green or brown.
green would be the easiest pot. So he's digging down into the cue ball. I don't expect a mistake here, but he has missed the green, and that did surprise me. Has he been lucky?
31.
Not really.
Well, he was in first in the last frame, wasn't he? And made 20 odd and broke down. 31 this time.
Well, I like the first shot that Dave was looking at here, to pot the second red below the pink. That would cannon the one next to the pink out the way. Could screw back off this, and he ought to be on the pink to the left corner if he plays it as well as he's intending to. Beautifully played.
1.
Nicely controlled. Absolutely, this frame following the path so far as the first frame. And Gary got in first, developed the reds but didn't win the frame. He developed the reds nicely here
8.
for Dave Gilbert to make a second counter attack and win frame 2 as well.
Yeah, lightning threatening to strike twice for sure.
14. 15. 22. 23.
'Well, he was slightly hampered by the red underneath his arm, but
23.
even so, black off the spot. Unexpected.
Yes, just being hunched up a little probably didn't aid smooth cueing there, and he probably just didn't go through the cue ball enough and mistimed the stroke and missed the black. And he did leave that red onto the centre, so a great chance now for Gary to get his first frame on the board. 16 points will be his advantage once this black is potted. So he will need to develop one of those awkward 2 reds near the left-hand side cushion there. Well, if he can drop him behind the
14.
red that's in open play of the 2 near the left-hand side cushion, he won't need to worry about the one that's
15.
against the cushion. So just roll the pink in, play for this open red to the right centre pocket, followed by a colour, and the frame will be safe barring snookers, but he's overhit that just fractionally.
21. 22.
36 in front, 35 on. He'll be relieved, assuming he does go on to win the frame, because he was looking for all the world like 2-0 before Gilbert missed that black unexpectedly off the spot.
Wilson, 28.
Disappointed he didn't get Gilbert in the snooker though, because he really would have held the initiative there.
Well, you can play this red as a shot to nothing, get the Cublin behind the black if he misses it.
So the red goes in, and it's going to be 1 each. Remember, this is best of 5. You get a point for winning the match to count towards the total in the table. The next metric is most frames won, and then players sorted by least frames lost. Can go on the head-to-head between the players as well. But we'll worry about that tomorrow, because that's when, of course, all the permutations really start. We had that yesterday, and there were a lot of them before we had our top 4 secured.
8. $11. 15. 20. 26.
So he did break down initially, but Gilbert's miss on the black was helpful in Wilson getting back in, and then he potted frame ball red as well to secure the second frame. So we're all square here. Gary Wilson and Dave Gilbert are level at 1 each. Now table 2, Elliott Slessor still 1-0 up, but looking good to make it 2-0. Yeah, 32 in front, so 27 on, already a couple of snookers needed. The yellow to make absolutely sure you fill. Funny enough, I think it's a different psychology finishing 5th coming back for the next group. You feel really grateful, I think, because you could easily have been relegated. I think if you lose in the playoffs, it can be a bit difficult to then start again, but 5th place, you know, he was close to being knocked out, so he's very happy to be here again, and it's a good start. Noppin Saengkham concede, so 2-0 already to Elliott Slessor. Yeah, Noppin Saengkham, of course, with Wilson and Gilbert, the other new player in this group. Later in the week, we've got world champion Zhao Xingtong, Neil Robertson, Karen Wilson amongst the players coming in. Sir Joel Way, another player's in the Masters next week.
The third frame, Gary Wilson.
All square then, 1 each. Obviously, this is the start of the group, but we saw with players like Jackson Paige in the last group, if you can win a succession of matches early on, it takes the pressure off on day 2. You're not relying on other scores and worrying about frames won and all that stuff. You just got the points. And Wilson, he's playing back-to-back matches. He plays Chris Wakelin after this one, so he can get a couple of points up early on, and that obviously just eases a bit of pressure later.
That's worked out okay. He's blocked the red that's near this left corner with the blue. The problem is now, if he plays a safety shot into bulk, he's got to hide that red, so that's a big problem. That's why he's decided to leave his cue ball on the top cushion. Any guaranteed way of leaving things safe. Dave may be able to play a partial swerve around the yellow here. He's just going to play containing safety, it would appear. Is he taking something on though? Queuing aggressively at something. Took the red on. I didn't feel that he had to take anything on there. And if he'd just given it an ounce more pace, he'd have fluked the red, but it is a mistake and a big one. He's developed reds as well, and this is a good chance now for Gary Wilson.
1.
That was completely mistimed by Gary. You could hear him explain the words, "Dear me." And it was a strike of the ball. It was almost a double pause before he actually struck the cue ball, and that sort of indicates that you're putting your shoulder into the shot a little bit. And again, it's indicative of a little bit of a loss of form. That'll only improve as play progresses.
Well, his highest break, I know he's won a frame, but his highest break, Wilson, just 31 in this match. So, you know, he's had some chances to score, he's not really doing so.
Seven. Eight.
Dave Gilbert will almost certainly play for the red that's just to the left of the black spot there. If you can get that out of the way, you can get onto the black and really bring the black spot area into open. Wants to be straight on it though to hold for the black, and I don't think he's straight enough.
13. Fourteen. 16. 17. 23. Twenty-four. $31. $32.
The next red that Dave would like to get rid of is the one closest to the cue ball there. And in potting that, the three reds just to the right of the cue ball as we look will then
39.
all be available into this left corner.
$40.
But he'll be playing for the red along the top cushion next because that's blocking the path of the cue ball to get onto those three reds.
$47.
Well, a bit like the last frame,
David Gilbert,
an unexpected miss.
47.
It was a black in the last frame, albeit hampered. And you can see a very slow trudge from Gilbert back to his chair there. He was disgusted with that. Just keeping half an eye on table 2, where Saengkham has polyed 8 reds, 8 blacks against Elliot Slesser. Been a couple of days since we had a maximum, and that Chris Wakelin was on Friday.
Yes, we're due another one, aren't we? Only been about 17 this season so far. That's a record, of course.
9.
Guy Wilson is
16.
capable of so much ball reaction. The shaft of his cue is very soft and quite springy. He's able to get a lot of movement out the cue ball with effortless ease. And it suits his style of play as well, that.
Just to say, Saengkham, he actually played for a blue and then missed the red anyway, so stand down, Dom. And this frame, chance to strike back. Obviously the brown safe-ish at the moment.
$24.
He's finished very close to this red.
Too close for my money. If he tries to pot it, there's every chance he'll miss it on the thick side. Oh, he did well. Jabbed that in. Now, did he get onto a colour?
25.
That cue ball stops. Oh, well. Does he have an angle on the yellow? He may be okay, you know.
$27. $28.
18 points behind. The remaining red. There's one in a very similar position in the last frame. The brown's a problem. So still plenty of hope left for David Gilbert in this third frame.
34.
Needs to be parallel to the black now to bring the awkward red into play.
35.
not quite ideal because he's got to play the black with pace and stun the cue ball. It's not a natural angle now to bring the red into play.
Forty-two.
Oh, that's absolute perfection, but the key shot will be playing from yellow to green in such a way that he can then get onto the awkward brown. I don't think he'll attempt to bring the brown into play. He'll just play the cue ball in behind it, I feel. Green, brown and blue still needed. Very straight on this brown, but incredibly it's still possible to get onto the blue with deep screw and a little bit of left-hand side. And it's a sort of shot that Gary will take on. Prefers to play it with topspin. That surprises me. He's missed it. But he's got away with it.
Gary Wilson, 53.
Dramatic third frame, then 7 points in it on the brown.
That's an excellent shot. It's an easy escape. Dave Gilbert will be hoping to cannon this brown full ball off two cushions. Is that good enough? No, I think he's left it.
So the odd unexpected miss has contributed to this scoreline. Gilbert a black in the last frame, a red in this one. Wilson's missed a few as well, but he's over the line in this frame, so despite all of his travails, he's going to be 2-1 up with a chance to take the first point here in Group 2.
15.
Gary Wilson goes in front here. And as I say, whatever mistakes he's made, he can just put to one side because they've not been costly. A couple of misses from Gilbert ultimately have been. So the northeasterner leading here, and another northeasterner, Elliot Slessor, we knew was 2-0 up. Now, as I say, Noppen Saengkham, he was in that 64, 8 reds, 8 blacks, but of course what that meant was there was enough on for Slessor, and what a golden chance here to steal victory. He needs the 6 colours to do so by 4 points. And not only to win, but 3-0, you know, all metrics are exactly what you want. Be surprising to see a miss, but we've seen all sorts of balls missed here and there. But Slessor, because he's had 2 good days here, so he's versed with conditions, and as I say, finishing 5th in the first group, it's a great bonus just to be coming back again.
Judged that very nicely. That's the only shot that can go wrong.
We'll just stay with pink and black to see if he can complete victory, which he surely will do. Bit of a nightmare for Nop and Saengkham. We were talking about a maximum, but he's got minimum out of this match. Leicester with the clearance and a great 3-0 win to start the day. The next match there in about 5 minutes will be Joe O'Connor and Jackson Paige, of course, both returning from the previous group.
Gary has something to ponder here. He could play a safety off the 3 reds to the right of the pink, but the problem is that red that's tight against the right hand side cushion. It'd be easy for that cue ball to make contact with it on its return to bulk. And it's difficult to just leave the cue ball on the top cushion because of the red that's there already, and you could easily leave a pot on. So it's decision time for Gary Wilson here. Is he playing just into the back of the pack of reds? Doesn't want to cannon the red directly above the black. Played it well.
That's right.
Again, that red that's near the right hand side cushion is a problem for Dave Gilbert. Ordinarily he could play off the second red below the pink to get the cue ball back to bulk, but you have to be very precise because of that red that's on the right hand side cushion. If he captured it just a little thickly, cue ball could cannon into that red. It may be the only shot that he has in terms of getting back to bulk. That was beautifully played For Dave Gilbert, a mistake there could have easily cost him the match. He wouldn't have been very comfortable having to play a shot like that. He's played it so well, he's created a bit of a problem here for Gary Wilson. The leftmost red, if he plays it very thinly, could get the cue ball back to bolt, but he'd have to be very accurate not to make contact with the red below it. The red that's nearest this left corner. Probably the only shot that he has. Well, needless to say, he's made a bit of a hash of that. Did he feel that the cue ball just drifted off its true course? Who knows? But the minute he struck it, he knew he played it poorly.
1.
Gilbert's not been without chances in this match. This is another one. And you've got to say a good one.
8.
Played that very nicely. He'd love to get rid of that red that's closest to the black, which he can do so now and bring the black completely and utterly into play.
16.
That really does help with break building. Much more margin for error now around the black spot area.
Four. 25. 32. 33.
Well, this is the 5th black coming up. Of course, there is a £500 high break prize
41.
in each group as well.
14.
Well, the way he's played that positional shot does suggest to me that he is aware that he's on reds and blacks. Sometimes when you played a bit of safety and the reds are split the way they are, you can completely forget that you're on a maximum, because the reds aren't often positioned the way they are here when attempting a maximum. If he could play for the red that's closer to the right corner, the one that's against the cushion will then easily pot. But there are multiple positional shots that Dave could play here, but in terms of guaranteeing being able to get onto the black, he needs to be careful. And that's okay.
56.
It's one of those where, because there's still awkward reds, really winning the frame is the vital thing here, but he's staying on the black for now.
57.
Cue ball just travelled a little bit further than he wanted.
Yes, and he can't play a plain ball pot on the black now because the cue ball cannon into the red that's on this top cushion. So because of that, he may well play for the red that's just below the pink now into this right corner by avoiding the cannon on the red that's on the cushion. But it's a bit thinner, this black, than it may at first appear. But if he overruns this, he'll certainly have a choice of the other two reds to the right of the pink. Oh, he's made a complete mess of it.
Gilbert.
Oh dear.
57.
And he's disgusted, and I don't blame him because he hasn't even won the frame yet.
Yeah. The only good news, and there's not much, but at least the black went safe for now. So, you know, he's out of commission at the moment, but it's another frame where he's had a good chance and hasn't made enough, as you say.
1. Six.
The red that's just to the left of the black could be very useful for Gary Wilson later on in this break, because you can pot that and bring the red and the black into play at the same time.
Seven. Thirteen. 14.
Decided that he'd bring the awkward red into play next, that's on this left-hand side cushion. He's missed the cannon on it though. Now he's rather out of position.
20. Gary Wilson, 20.
Dave Gilbert, relieved to be back at the table so soon with a chance to wrap up this frame, but he will need a couple of these awkward reds. But a player in form wouldn't miss this ordinarily.
Yeah, so this red and Wilson
Seven.
need snooker with a possible colour to follow, but the red is the key ball. And it goes. So he broke down initially on 57, but it's going to be 2-2 barring snookers.
Gilbert, 14.
Two snookers to tie. I don't think it would be a bad thing just to drop this red over the green pocket, because if Gary Wilson doesn't pot a black from it, he'll need an extra snooker.
Oh, hang on, you don't want to be knocking balls near pockets, they might go in. I guess the fact Wilson did win that famous semi-final, you know, it means he's always got to play on, even when in his heart he thinks probably it's not going to happen. The fact that it has happened for him in a big occasion, can't really turn your nose up at it. Well, that changes things in as much as the black's free now. In Wilson's favour, that is. Just hope for the best there and didn't get it, and there's the concession. Just making sure we know he's conceded by hitting 3 different balls. So it is 2-2. It's been an eventful match, this. Been mistakes, but they're both really determined to win the point, and it's all coming down to one last frame. Of course, already on table 2, Elliot Leicester has beaten Saengkham 3-0, and first frame here live between Joe O'Connor and Jackson Paige, with Paige leading by 46. Yeah, they both played well in Group 1, but ultimately, of course, it was Tom Ford who got the job done.
Yeah, Jackson did very little wrong in that match. He won the first frame and certainly had nothing to berate himself for, because Tom Ford put in a terrific performance to win the next 3.
Yeah, and you know, he's earned already 4,700, you know, by getting to that final, so it's could be quite a lucrative week. Obviously, he wants to get in the winners group, but I don't think he's got any problem coming back today and starting again. And he surely won this opening frame now. This red is frame ball. So the decider here on table 1 between Gary Wilson and Dave Gilbert. Hard really to predict what's going to happen here because it's been quite an even match. I think they've each had real chances in every frame, the odd slip up here and there, but some good stuff as well.
Fold. Gary Wilson fold.
Cue ball found the pocket.
Which probably helped Dave Gilbert there, had it remained above ground. The red that he wobbled in the jaws would have been potable for Gary Wilson, who would, I'm sure, have taken it on. Could still take a pot on here, but it wouldn't be without risk, that's for certain.
The overall head-to-head is 3-2 to Wilson. There's been some deciders amongst all that as well. They do feel quite evenly matched, Gary Wilson and Dave Gilbert. Now Gilbert taking this on, full-blooded. Where's it all going to finish, though? Not good for him, I suspect. Unless the red goes in, which it hasn't. He did try there to get a good cue ball when he has got it back to baulk, but a red has come back, so he has left a chance for Wilson.
One. Six.
Wow, what a miss from Gary Wilson.
Gary Wilson, 6.
That was very unexpected. Well, it's not perfect here by any means. Queuing off the side cushion with his bridge hand.
Five.
No problem though, nicely done. It's been a match where there's been a few unexpected misses though, some pots that have gone astray. We've seen one already, of course, from Gary Wilson in this frame to left corner. Now Gilbert trying to get in amongst them, just sort of flicked off the pack.
8.
Just very congested around that black spot area.
I'm sure he just has enough angle on this red to play for the black into the same pocket, provided it passes the other two red, which I think it does. Right, it must do. He's checking to see if the bottom red of the two will also pot. Can still cut the other red in to the left of the black, but it's missable. Trying to cannon the top side of the red to deflect the cue ball into a better position to pot the black. He could have still cut the black in, but 2-all first match of the group would have been risky. I'm sure Dave will take this red on near the left corner, but to guarantee playing it with an element of safety, he'll have to play it with a lot of side spin, check side, to avoid the cannon on the reds near the pink spot.
Well, this decider really has been like the whole match. It's been sort of quite a stop-start affair, just as one player seems to have got the upper hand, something goes wrong. So another chance for Wilson. A thumbs up. Somewhat ironic. In fact, wholly ironic. I mean, you can see why you would be upset there, because you think he's certain to land on a colour, but it didn't happen.
Yes, and if he did land on a colour, he'd have had a wonderful chance to win frame a match. But it's certainly been full of variety, this first match of the day.
Jackson Paige, by the way, made 102 against Joe O'Connor. So great start for Jackson. It's actually only his third century of the whole season, so it's been, you know, not a scoring season for him, but maybe things will turn around here in Leicester this week.
Ping ball. Gary Wilson 1.
Well, I was wondering if there might be another thumbs up there. That cue will have gone in, but it wasn't to be, thankfully.
Well, it's a decent safety. The two reds just above the black in a line there are definitely cuttable to this corner pocket. The problem is the cue ball could easily catch the bump of the middle pocket if he's not careful. It's one of these shots, if you take on, you've got to get close to.
Well, they're both going through agonies, aren't they? A bit of a tortured cry of "Oh, Dave" there from the man who's christened himself the Angry Farmer. Very nervy frame, this.
Whenever he plays a power shot, Gary Wilson, he seems to almost put his shoulder into the shot, and that's indicative of a lack of form for me. Clearly he's left this red on. Dave can easily play for the blue from it, but he won't have a good angle on it. Try to push down for the black, and he's in no man's land now. Black is too thin. Pink's the obvious choice, but how does he get onto red from the pink? It'll have to be the blue if he wants to make a break. I don't think he'll like this black.
Well, they're both going through turmoil here, aren't they? And of course, with all the sort of mistakes and misses, the balls go awkward, so it becomes harder when you come to the table then to actually put anything together that's substantial. Although pink over the pocket, that's and the black on the spot, so it's not all bad news by any means.
Well, he's nicely on the pink with an angle to bring the cue ball down towards these reds that are near the black spot end of the table. The red he'd like to get onto is probably the one that's close to the right corner, near the left-hand side cushion. I beg your pardon, near the right-hand side cushion. He's gone past that. And he's on the one nearest the pocket now.
7.
Having the pink on the spot here is so important to Gary. It's safer to play for the pink next rather than the black. But does the bottom red of those two next to the black pot into the right corner? I think he's looking at it now. That would open the other one up and he could score quite handily from this position.
Eight.
Be happy with this. He needed to be straight on the red to just stun across for the black. I don't think he can now. He's just having a look to see if the black will go into the right corner. If it does, it won't be too bad. But he hasn't controlled the cue ball too well there. He may just be able to hold for the red into the same pocket, but he had to fight to do so. He's managed it.
22. $23.
Cleverly holding the black spot there with the cue ball, so now the black goes on to the blue spot, and he has a good angle on this red to stun up for the black. But that red in bulk I don't think will pass the brown, but he's a strong favourite to go on and win this deciding frame with the advantage that he has and the position of the remaining reds.
It's one of those matches probably neither's really enjoyed, but both desperately want to win. Clearly, to get the point, to get off to a winning start in this group.
$37.
Just chuntering to himself there. No idea what he said, but it's end of break. And he's more or less forced to bring an awkward red into play here, but I mean, he's really in the box seat, isn't he? 38 points ahead. Colours not in good positions. The majority of the reds are awkwardly placed.
Gary Wilson, 37.
Wrong one went in. We had the perfect view of that, didn't we? And indeed his reaction. So, Gary Wilson further in front, 42. With balls awkward, he really is favourite.
Well, I'd be playing this red near bulk here and trying to get the cubble in behind the brown. But I wouldn't be placing the cue ball there to play that shot, so I wonder what Gary has in mind here. Yeah, there's better.
Well, it's a whole heap of trouble for Dave Gilbert. 42 behind. Snooker on every red. Oh, he came so close, but he's left it. And with the other red in open play, surely Gary Wilson going to sort of haul himself over the winning line here. Been a very scrappy deciding frame. He won't care if he can now get the points on the board, get off to a winning start here at the Championship League.
Well, he still needs one more red. It's not going to be a certainty to get onto this red near the blue spot. Played it well though. So frame a match at the mercy now of Gary Wilson.
7. 8.
Yeah, and I'm not sure Gilbert really is going to be that interested in playing on. He might, as it's the decider. But those extra 7 points surely seal his fate.
15.
And he's on this red as well. So it's been hard fought, this decider, but Gary Wilson is going to be the winner of the first match here on table 1. And he gets to stay on as well to play Chris Wakelin.
$23. 24. Gary Wilson 24.
Well, it was an eventful match. There were mistakes, but it was dramatic as well. And Gary Wilson it is who wins the first match of Group 2 on table 1 here at the BetVictor Championship League. 3-2. He beats Dave Gilbert. So 1 down, plenty still to come, and in 5 minutes' time, Gary Wilson will return to play Chris Wakelin, the maximum man, on our opening night. So stay with us. Dominic will be joined shortly by Lee Walker for Wakelin v Wilson.
Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamovas.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Arcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing from my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! I ain't getting on with Jake Paul.
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk! Come talk! Come talk!
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena. Well, we've just seen the first match of the day completed. Victory for Gary Wilson over Dave Gilbert. But next up for us, Gary Wilson will be remaining tableside to take on Chris Wakelin. That's coming up in a moment or so. Just to run through the schedule for you today, Dave Gilbert will be taking on Saengkham in the third match of this morning/afternoon session. Coming up at 4:30, Gary Wilson will take on Saengkham. Elliot Slessor will take on Dave Gilbert. And finally, to complete the day's play here on our main table, Table 1, Gary Wilson will take on Jackson Paige. We've already seen Elliot Slessor complete a 3-0 victory over on Table 2 against Thailand's Saengkham. Joe Connor is currently in action against Jackson Paige. Jackson Paige winning the first frame there very comfortably. So our referee is ready. Chris Wakelin is ready, but where's Gary Wilson? His cue's there, but he isn't. So this is what we've seen so far on Table 1. Rather scrappy affair, really, I suppose. A match that was full of variety, a bit of everything from both players. Gary Wilson winning in the end, 3-2 over the Angry Farmer, Tamworth's Dave Gilbert. But a great start for Elliot Slessor. Of course, he came 5th in Group 1 yesterday, and that's why he's here. Perfect start, 3-0 victory over Saengkham. Joe Connor in action at the moment over on Table 2. Against Welshman Jackson Paige. We'll keep you in touch as to what goes on in that match, of course. So we're just awaiting the return of Gary Wilson. I don't know where he is. Dave Gilbert, I can just see there, walking back into the auditorium. I beg your pardon, Gary Wilson, that is. So, finally, we're ready to begin our second match of this session. It's Chris Wakelin who'll be breaking off, I'm delighted to say. Enjoying this match alongside me will be Lee Walker. Good afternoon, Lee.
Good afternoon, Dom.
Played both of these players before, or do you have a favourite who you think is likely to win this match?
Yeah, had the pleasure of playing both these players on at least one or two occasions. Both excellent players, and as we see Gary, lovely opening red, nicely on the black. And both these players enjoying decent seasons. Both have qualified for the Grand Prix, which is the top 32 players on the 1 year list. Chris currently 7th on that list and Gary 14th, so both in good form. I'll expect this match to be a very high scoring affair.
Yes, Chris Wakelin, of course, was in action in the first group. Began it very poorly, actually. 2 defeats, 3-1 and 3-0, but got better and better. Of course, made his first career maximum. But lost in the semi-finals. Top forward, of course, our first winner of Group 1. You'll see him in action in the winners group in the middle of February. Still 6 more winners to emerge before then. Chris Wakelin currently ranked number 14 in the world. As I say, made his first career maximum just a couple of days ago.
20.
Doesn't live too far away from Leicester. He's from Rugby. And he's first in here. Or Gary Wilson is, rather.
27. 28.
Gary Wilson's such
35.
a confident player. A little fortunate to be on this red here, though. That's handy. Can just screw back for the black.
36.
Chance now to go into the pack of reds if he wishes.
Yeah, an excellent long red to start this break off, and it's an excellent effort so far.
Four.
Blue puts him 49 points in front. Still got 2 open reds, but he's going to need to play a cannon at some point.
50.
So, pot this red.
56.
It's going to need a nice angle.
57.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not a great pack to go into from the black. But you only need 1 red to just poke its nose out. Maybe he's on 1 into the green pocket.
64.
If it's potable, I probably expect him to knock it in. Yeah, no problem.
65.
Chance of a big century here.
72. 73.
Well, if he he were to take blacks with the remaining reds, there'd be a total clearance possible of 139.
81. 88. 89.
Yeah, £500 for the highest break. That would be a decent target to set.
95.
Can only get 138 now because he's just potted the pink. Well, this is a super start from Gary Wilson.
103. 104.
So, taking the pink. So, all the colours for a 137.
Well, it certainly wasn't playing this quick in his first match that we just saw with Dave Gilbert. But this is his style of play, generally speaking, these days. Gary Wilson is a much, much quicker player than he once was.
$119. 124. 130.
And in goes the black, so the perfect start by Tyneside Gary Wilson. Terrific total clearance of 137 has enabled him to take the opening frame, and he leads 1-0. So we're just going to have a look at table 2. Much in progress there. Joe O'Connor versus Welshman Jackson Paige. Jackson Paige comfortably won first frame there, but Joe O'Connor has responded with breaks of 91 and 65 to win the next two. Joe O'Connor played some great snooker in the first group yesterday and the day before, but didn't make it through to the finals. Can he do so this time in group 2? Of course, Jackson Paige lost out to Tom Ford 3-1 in that final last night. It was a great final, I have to say. Very high standard of play. Jackson winning frame 1 against Tom Ford, but hardly had a looking after that. Tom Ford knocking in big break after big break, including a century, to emerge as our first group winner. You must know Jackson's game very well, Lee, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I've known Jackson since he was a small boy. Very attacking player, very, very good.
And did you ever work with him as a coach?
No, just he did. I did run a junior club when I first started coaching, and he did come to that, but that was as far as the coaching went with him.
Right. Of course, Jackson plays with Mark Williams a lot in Mark's own club. So Gary Wilson, perfect start for him. Has already put Chris Wakelin on the back foot, didn't pot a ball in that first frame.
He does have possibility of a red to the left centre. Wasn't easy though. Played it in such a way that he knew that was the only one he could leave, and if he did get it, he would have been nicely on the blue.
These two players have met on 10 separate occasions during their careers. Gary Wilson leads that head-to-head by 7 matches to 3. Quite a contrast of styles of play here. Chris Wakelin, very, very solid player and becoming a great break builder. Gary Wilson, probably the more attacking of the two players, but certainly the quicker.
Yeah, good opening red again from Gary. And definitely benefiting here from staying on the table and playing another match.
8. 9. 16. 17. 24. 25. 32. 33.
The opportunity to play into the pack. You'd have to say he's a little bit unlucky there. There's 5 reds, 5 blacks.
I was mentioning in the first match, Lee, that Gary had made 285 centuries, now 286 of course. He made that 137 in the first frame, but he's made 6 maximum breaks, so working that out is something like every 47 or 48 centuries that he makes, one of them's a maximum, and I think that's incredible.
Yeah, that is that is an unbelievable ratio. Very good safety there from Chris.
Just wondered if those 2 reds below the pink could be a plant for the right corner. And Gary just came around the table there to have a look at them. If they were a plant, I think he'd take it on. They're just set for the top draw, as you can see. They could be made, but it would be a risk, and certainly wouldn't be a risk you would take here, surely.
Chris just looking to see if these two reds can be made into a plant. Well, it wasn't that red. Unfortunately, he's pushed it towards the corner pocket. And even if he has covered it, Gary could certainly pop the other one down the cushion off the red. Looks like he can get through.
One.
And that's okay. There's now excellent chance to go on and take this second frame.
Sixth. Seven.
Well, I mentioned Chris Wakelin didn't begin too well in the first group, losing
13.
both of his opening matches, 3-0 and 3-1. Similar fate could befall him here, the way Gary Wilson's playing. This could be 2-0 in no time at all.
Yeah, and Chris was sat in the players' lounge watching Gary play Dave Gilbert in the opening match, and Gary made a few mistakes in that, and he's come out in this game at the moment. He's been flawless.
You always hope, don't you, when you're about to play someone who's just had a match, that they struggle and they lose and they're on the back foot a little bit. But Gary won that match, albeit just by the odd frame, 3-2. But
28.
You can see the confidence it's given him, and the fact that he's had a lot of table time as well is helping. Well, this frame is over already. 59 points remain, but Gary Wilson is 80. 1 point to the good.
41.
But he'd be keen to not make a rudimentary error here, because
42.
Chris Wakelin hasn't potted a ball yet, and Gary won't want to allow him any table time, just to get a feel of the conditions.
Forty-nine. $50.
Ranked 17 in the world now, Gary Wilson. Has been as high as number 10. 40 years old. Bit of a late developer. He certainly is a force within the sport, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's
65.
Certainly playing a lot quicker. Average shot time in this game, 14 seconds.
Well, that's lightning fast. Doesn't matter about missing the red, of course, so no second century to go with the 137 that he made in the first, but nevertheless a comfortable win. Chris Wakelin hasn't potted a ball yet in this match, as Gary Wilson is just one frame away from victory. He leads 2-0. So we're going to pop across again to table 2. Joe O'Connor, having lost frame 1 convincingly, hasn't put much of a foot wrong since. He's in amongst the balls here, just a few more points away from securing a 3-1 win. Of course, a local boy, Joe O'Connor, lives in Leicester. One of the fittest players on the tour, Lee. Does a lot of boxing.
Yeah. Certainly helps, even in a sport like snooker. If you can be physically fit, like you said, Dom, Joe is definitely one of the fittest on the tour.
I've met a few boxers, Lee, in my time, and they're always very calm and in control of situations, aren't they?
Yeah, one of the best boxers Britain's ever seen actually lives in a little town next to mine, Joe Calzaghe.
Yes, I met Joe a few times as well, yeah. Another legend of the sport of boxing. Anyway, if you do want to keep up with action on Table 2, it's available via our Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel if you want to head across there to see what remains of that match between Joe O'Connor and Jackson Paige.
Gary eyeing up this long red. Played to screw the white back into bulk. If Gary can get the win in this match, it'll put him in very strong position in this group. 2 wins from your opening 2 games.
The thing I love about this BetVictor Championship League is you play all your group matches and you can do really well and qualify for the semi-finals, but it's a completely different mindset then, isn't it? Because it's just a straight knockout, so everything changes psychologically.
Fall, miss, very also fall.
I'm sure Chris Wakelin didn't envisage a match quite like this, where he hasn't had a look in really, and Gary Wilson's played so well, and he himself, Chris Wakelin that is, hasn't potted a ball yet.
One.
Yeah, and that's another very good long red. Could have had that replaced. Certainly wasn't easy, but he knew that that was a chance. And he's got it. He's nicely on the blue.
Now, I mentioned that Gary Wilson can get a lot of reaction out the cue ball. Can he pot this red and screw into the one to the right of the black to hold for it? Oh, I looked at that secondary camera shot there. I didn't think he could, but he managed it somehow.
Yeah, it certainly looked a little bit too thin on the camera, but he played it very well.
Fourteen.
Played that very nicely too. Big angle on the blue.
See in that previous camera shot there that the red directly below the pink will still pot into this left corner, and you can see it there, and that could be very useful for Gary Wilson later on in this break. He may even play for that red now, although he's probably just gone too far up the table for the blue to hold for it. He'd love to get that red out the way, the one that's to the right of the black, because it's blocking that right hand corner pocket.
Very nicely.
26.
Excellent red to get out of the way. This will open the black up to both corner pockets.
27.
The way he's playing, Dom, he wouldn't
34.
rule out winning three-man match at this visit.
Definitely not. I'm sure Chris Wakelin fears just that. Gary will remain at the table long enough to see him home to victory. Slightly awkward red here, playing with the extended dress, but given the way he's been playing, I'd be surprised to see him miss it. Well, it wriggled in. Now he has a choice here, Gary. He can play for a couple of loose reds, or he could go into the pack. I wouldn't suggest he goes into the pack. I don't think they'll split particularly well. But he could play for the red to the right centre, or even the one just below the pink. You can see in shot there. Oh, how did that stay above ground, Lee? But, you know, I suggested they wouldn't break well, and I was surprised he went into them there, are you?
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised. Did strike it very well. A little bit unfortunate to finish where he has. Did have, like you said, Dom, he did have a couple of reds. Could have possibly played for. Not sure if he could have got on the one that was nearest the pink with the angle he had, but he could have gone on this one that he's going to play safe off. Well, I say play safe off. He actually took it on.
Gary Wilson, 42.
Again, he knew it was the only one he could leave, but been a little bit fortunate not to leave Chris a shot. Another good safety from Chris.
Could drop onto the four reds above the black there, and the two reds just detached from those four would block off the red to the left centre. But he'd have to be fairly precise, and he'd have to get the pace of the shot right for fear of knocking a red into a possible position As Lee suggested, that's a very good safety that Chris Wakelin has just played.
So I'm just containing safety, pushing the red towards the side cushion, but Chris immediately bringing it back out.
And this is where you have two different thought processes between the two players. Because of the 46 points advantage that Gary Wilson has, he does not want to bring reds into play. But of course, because of that deficit, the man in the background there, Chris Wakelin, wants to bring balls into play whenever he gets the opportunity.
Yeah, as you said, Dom, Chris, trying to bring both of the reds on top cushion into play. I'm not sure if he's covered this red closest to the left-hand black pocket. I think he has. I think Gary would have played it by now. So a little bit fortunate there. Didn't want to play safe off the pack of reds, because he knew he was bringing them into play, but I have to say, that's a pretty good shot.
Be delighted with that, because the blue is blocking off the right-hand side of the table, and the brown and yellow blocking everything near this left corner. This could be Chris's last shot if he makes a mistake. Well, if this cue ball goes enough, I think it'll help him. Had that cue ball not found the pocket, I think the red nearest this left corner would have been on. Saying that, though, I think there's every chance here that Gary can make a plant of the two reds near this left corner. In fact, I think it's fairly straightforward.
Yeah, I think you could hear Chris say, "Don't do it to me," as the cue ball was going towards the corner pocket. In goes the plant. Already 51 points in front. Nicely on the pink. Great chance for Gary Wilson to get this match won by 3 frames to 0. Chose the blue. Easier to get position on the red. Must have been very straight on the pink.
7.
Pink puts him 63 points in front.
13.
Well, Lee, this could be snooker's equivalent of a golden duck in cricket. Chris Wakelin could be about to lose 3-0 without potting
14.
or scoring a single point. Just to let you know, over on table 2, Joe O'Connor did defeat Jackson Paige by 3 frames to 1, and he'll remain table side because he's about to take on Elliot Slessor. That's over on table 2. That will be the remaining match of this afternoon's session before play will recommence at 4:30.
21.
Yeah, and apart from one long red that Chris tried to cut back into this left-hand black pocket, can't even remember him going for a red, Dom.
22.
No, I think you're right. Extraordinary match. I mean, very, very rare, even in the best of 5, that this degree of annihilation
27.
before somebody. .67 points remain. Gary Wilson 77 ahead. I don't think Chris Wakelin will bother coming back to the table unless he just wants a pot of ball to avoid the ultimate whitewash. Well, he has missed. Will he return to the table or will he shake the hand of Gary Wilson?
Gary Wilson 27.
Has he had enough? What's he going to do? Rueful smile. He's going to carry on, isn't he? Goodness me, what a pot that is from Gary Wilson. Well, that certainly puts the tin lid on this match, I think.
Color.
Oh, well, Chris Wakelin will score points, albeit from a foul, but that's the end of the match. Chris Wakelin's had enough. He didn't pot a ball. Gary Wilson was in imperious form there and annihilates Chris Wakelin by 3 frames to 0. We have one more match coming up for you in about 5 minutes time, and that will feature Dave Gilbert. He'll be in action against one of the nicest guys on the tour, Thailand's Naphon Saengkham. Dave Hendon and Lee Walker will take you through that match in approximately 5 minutes from now, so please stay with us.
Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League Tour winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of his sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego.
Jesus Christ. What is that?
The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benton. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Welcome back to Leicester. It's day 3 of this year's BetVictor Championship League. The first day, of course, of Group 2. And we're at the Mattioli Arena. Our next match will be Dave Gilbert against Saengkham. Here they are. Well, of course, they've both already played and both already been beaten. Dave Gilbert narrowly by Gary Wilson, as we saw earlier on this table. Saengkham pretty comprehensively. 3-0 by Elliot Slessor. So he, firstly, just looking for a frame. Slessor and O'Connor on the table 2 currently. So this is the last match of this session. Yeah, Gilbert, he had a lot of chances in that match with Wilson, but he's just seen Gary Wilson vastly improve, hasn't he, in his second match? So let's see if he can do the same. Two players who haven't had great seasons, really. Gilbert's not been past the last 32 of a ranking event. Saengkham did have a run to the semi-finals of the shootout, which is not a big money event, but my word, it's exciting. And he does have a chance here. First shot. I think, Lee, in this format, you've got to just keep the faith a bit, haven't you? You can start badly. And Gilbert obviously lost his first match, but he won 2 frames, so it's not all, you know, doom and gloom. It's just 1 match lost, but still 5 to come, including this one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously both players won't want to be 0 from 2 matches, but even if they were, they still got a chance to finish in the top 4.
Well, they call it the dreaded double kiss for a reason. So Gilbert, chance to get going here. Yeah, it was. I don't think either he or Gary Wilson enjoyed that decider, but of course Gary won it, so ultimately he enjoyed it more. Oh, he won't enjoy that.
Just trying to force that through to try to get on the blue. Didn't see him missing the red though.
Thank you. 1.
Very nicely played shot there from Nopon.
Yeah, he's maybe sort of more methodical player, but a heavy scorer. He's had 3 maximums in tournament play.
8.
Only 6 centuries this season though, so it feels a little on the low side. Well, he played the shot to open reds, but he's just gone too far with the cue ball. He's not on the black.
Yellow ball.
Yeah, neither of these players have qualified for the Grand Prix, which is the top 32 players on the one-year list. Nopon actually finished 33, so just missed out by 1 place. But these are probably 2 players as you would expect to get in that, or certainly get very close to it. But if you can get a good run in this tournament, they don't have the pressure of ranking points in this tournament, so if you can get a few matches under your belt and get some confidence, can stand you in good stead for the remainder of the season.
Yeah, I think players just want matches, don't they? You know, and this is always going to be in this event against other top players, so it's a proper test.
Yeah, and especially most players would have had a little bit of a break over Christmas. So, to get a few matches under the belt is always nice. Opening red from Dave, and this is a decent chance.
8.
Did have a few chances in that deciding frame against Gary Wilson. Nothing that was really easy though. It's always a little bit awkward.
16.
If he can pop this red, it's on the black spot, and get nicely on the black, get the black back on the spot, this would turn into a
70.
very nice chance. Slightly wrong side of the black, but it shouldn't be a problem. You pop this red.
24.
Should be able to get on the black.
25.
You controlled that very well. Really does score well, doesn't he, Dave, when he's in the groove?
Yeah, that's his game. I don't think the scrappy frames suit his temperament, because he's a bit of a heart-on-sleeve player, isn't he? He doesn't kind of like it when it all goes awkward, but very fluent, very sort of elegant player when he's in amongst them, for sure. Made, like Noppen Saengkham, he's made 3 maximums in his career.
$40. $41.
Tom Ford was saying last night, I mean, he won the group, but he said he had no expectations. He'd played 20 minutes since the last event, but, you know, it can work out that way. Sometimes just having a break and not coming here into an event with, you know, too many high hopes can work. And I think Dave's a little bit similar.
48. $49. $56. $57.
Red puts him 48 points in front. He's got a nice angle on the black. Play a little cannon here. This goes right, should win the frame.
$64.
It's just gone a little bit awkward. He still should be okay.
Quite a big shot, actually, isn't it? Because now everything's on. If he were to miss this, it'll be there for his opponent. If he gets it, it's surely 1-0 Gilbert. And it's going in.
65.
Yeah, played it very nicely.
$72. $73. $80.
Possible.
81.
131. And Dave takes these last 3 reds with blacks and all the colours. So
89.
Gary Wilson playing around about 14 seconds a shot in the last match, and Dave's certainly getting on with it here as well.
$96.
Yeah, it's been a lovely break in the end. And this is his 16th century of the season if he pots this blue. This is what he wanted to be doing, of course, as I say, the match with Wilson. He had chances for sure, but wasn't really putting the breaks together. This is more like it from Dave Gilbert. And also that match with Wilson, he did win 2 frames, so he's got that in his locker when it comes, as it undoubtedly will at some point, to count back tomorrow.
107.
So Noppen Saengkham, he's played 4 frames today and lost them all.
$116.
Well, Dave Gilbert calls himself the angry farmer, but this will cheer him up, this break. Lovely clearance of 129 from Dave Gilbert to take the opening frame 1-0. he leads Nop and Saengkham. Yeah, and he, as you say, he didn't hang about there. Just got on with it and very fluent. That's like any player, really, at his best. That's how he plays. Table 2, Elliot Leicester going great guns. He's played 4 frames, won 4 so far today. Of course, beat Saengkham 3-0 earlier. 1-0 up on Joe O'Connor, this frame in the balance, though. We talk about the Masters next week. Of course, Gary Wilson's in that, but there's some qualifying coming up as well for these other players just outside the top 16, the German Masters later in the week. So Tom Ford talking about trying to get into shape for that. So there's always something around the corner to play for these days. And the German Masters, it's a big ranking event, but also everyone wants to go to Berlin because the Tempodrome there is such a wonderful venue. Still a bit of work to do. The yellow is not in a great spot, is it? At the moment. But if you can pot that black over the pocket, then maybe that will resolve itself. Anyways, in front, and of course the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel has the live action from table 2. O'Connor beat Jackson Paige 3-1 in the previous match there. So Gilbert's made a 1-2-9. Any news from Mark Williams, Lee? I saw he was in Tibet playing an exhibition with the all oxygen masks and all sorts because of the altitude.
Yeah, he's been playing some exhibitions in China and, as you mentioned, Tibet. Tempted the pot there from Dave. Well, Nop's shaping up. I think he's left this red on.
One. Eight. Nine.
Well, clearly he's got to start going soon because he's played 4, lost 4, but this is an opportunity to do that. He's another player quite high up the list that actually Dave Gilbert used to be on, you know, best player on tour not to win a ranking title. And Saengkham would certainly be in that conversation. Of course, Jack Lazowski scrubbed his name off that list this year, winning the Northern Ireland Open. Recovered well there. I was reading James Wattenar, the great Thai player from years gone by. He's actually running to be an MP in Thailand. So he's gone into politics.
Yeah, I can't think of too many snooker players that I would ever think would be running for MP.
No, the mind boggles, really.
Saengkham 24.
Well, the red stayed out. They still need attention along those the top cushion. Just failed to drop, so his misery continues.
One.
Yeah, James Wattenar in the came through in the late 80s, but the 90s was one of the best players, simple as that. But of course it was the era of Hendry, who stopped a player sort of reaching their full potential. But we talk about the Chinese snooker boom, that the first Asian boom was in Thailand, largely off the back of Watanar's achievements.
Played a cannon to that red. It's a hole for the pink to the left middle pocket. It's gone wrong. So just a safety.
Gilbert 9.
One has to be careful here. Plays safe off the side of the pack. Could leave chance for that red, which closest to the blue spot. That's why he just chose to play a containing safety. That certainly opened the reds. On just coming around to have a look if he can make these two reds into a plant. Looks pretty much set from there.
One.
And he's finished on the pink. If he can pop this pink. Get nicely on one of the reds. On the blue spot. This will be an excellent chance.
Seven. Eight.
Very likeable character, Noppon Saengkham, very polite and humble. Popular with snooker fans, certainly. In fact, to the hotel where we stayed here in Leicester, I was here last year, and he came down to breakfast, and I'm not kidding, every member of staff went over to him to try and help him out, see what he wanted.
16.
What he wants here is this frame. He wants a frame on the board, his first £100, some sort of foothold in this group, because there's no easy matches, obviously, here.
Yeah, I don't think you ever
23.
really settle down until you win your first frame. But this is excellent chance for Noppon to do that here. Already 39 points in front. This black will put him 53 in front. Still 67 remaining.
$38.
So, just this black. Noppon should have his first frame of the day.
$46.
Yeah, it looked like he would win the last frame against Leicester, but he went on 64, all reds and blacks, and then he actually played up for the blue, but missed a red, and of course Leicester cleared up with 68, so that was that. But anyway, this one is his.
$54. $55.
Yeah, neither player, as Leo said, are in the World Grand Prix, so it's going to be hard to get in. Obviously, the next two players' series events, but there's plenty of other
60.
snooker to look forward to. The German Masters, Welsh Open, World Open, 3 big events, and then, of course, the World Championship. So still the opportunity to finish the season strongly. He's missed that, but he's done
Up on Saengkham, 60.
all the damage he needed to with that 60 break. So Noppen Saengkham finally wins his first frame of this group. Levels the match with David Gilbert at 1 each. Yeah, and he'll be relieved because the group was in danger of sort of getting away from him. Not a player that sort of gives much away, but clearly he's come here. He was actually a late call-up because Ali Carter pulled out, so we only got the call last minute. The cut-off in terms of the world rankings was the shootout. Of course, there's been a tournament since then, but the shootout was the ranking list that was used, and he got to the semis there, so he just sort of played his way into this, really. I don't think whoever wins this will get on the table like Alfie Burden did at the, at the shootout. I thought it was great, actually. That, you know, that tournament's all about kind of showing your personality. I wouldn't recommend it at every event, but it seemed to suit that one.
Yeah, exactly. Why not? I mean, I can remember being here for the Champion of Champions. Alfie played Mark Williams, and he pretty much said that was going to be pretty much his last match he was going to play. So all of a sudden he gets a call up to the shootout, wins the shootout, and now he's got 2 years on tour, I think, for next season as well.
Yeah, amazing. He was the 20th reserve, and they rang him up. He was at the swim baths, and they said, you need to get up to Blackpool, and he did, and there we go. So it just shows, keep your phone on, I suppose, is the moral of the story.
Thank you, third frame. David Gilbert to break.
So 1 each. Dave Gilbert, of course, has already lost a decider today. In terms of later on, he'll play Elliot Leicester. Noppen Saengkham has 2 more matches today. He plays Gary Wilson and Joe O'Connor. And actually, they're both playing the last match tomorrow of the group, so they'll both know, obviously, by that point, what the situation is.
Noppen taking this red. Looks like he's going to be screwing back. Oh, he stunned it in. What a great shot. Would have left the red, but he missed it. Beautifully cued that. As we see it again.
8.
Excellent shot.
9.
A decent chance. Was on for a maximum in the first match he played, even though he lost 3-0 to Elliot Leicester. Did take 8 reds, 8 blacks in one of the frames. Unfortunately, ran out of position, and then he had to come back and pinch the frame.
17. $24. $25.
It's got a nice angle on this black. Play a little stun shot here into the 2 reds. So those 2 reds now
32.
into a potable position. Played that very well.
He really has, and now all the reds in open play. This means another chance, isn't it, for the Max? It's that one red that's gone towards the left-hand side cushion. Maybe an issue. Well, the black's an issue because he's missed it, and well, he's handed the initiative to Gilbert.
Yeah, unexpected chance for Dave. That's the only problem when you split the reds, as Nopon did. If then you miss, and even all these open reds for your opponent.
Yeah, full stretch, wasn't he there? But so many reds available that always seems to be an option.
9.
Has been as high in the world rankings as number 10. So just goes to show what an excellent player he is. To remember that match he had against John Higgins in the semi-final of the World Championship a few years ago.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal, wasn't it? Because the thing about that, as you know, obviously it's a 3-day match. You know, so it starts on the Thursday, didn't finish till the Saturday. Made most of the running, but just lost 17-16 to be denied a chance to play in his first ever World Final. And there was a tearful interview with Rob 29. Walker, but not only that, because they did it sort of in the corridor by the dressing rooms. Half the staff around, the World Snooker staff, were in tears watching it. Very emotional. John Higgins wasn't, oddly enough.
Just a little bit straight on this black. If he screws back, looks like he's going to cannon the red to the left of the cue ball, so that's why he's taking the pink.
$36.
Pink puts him 3 points in front.
$37.
So he's definitely going to need that awkward red on the left-hand side cushion.
$43. $44.
he wants to pot this black. Then the other 2 open reds and 2 blacks, he'd be 34 in front. It'd still be 35 on.
$51. $52.
So, pot the pink, get on the red, and then needs a nice angle to get on this last red.
58. $59.
Got the cannon.
65.
I think this red does pass the green. 32 points in front. I think he's seeing if he can possibly cut it into the middle, but that looks very difficult.
Yeah, and there's no security, is there? That's the other thing. You know, if the blue was on the cushion or something, then he's got that in his locker, but he hasn't. He leaves the red on, and they're there for up in Saengkham.
David Gilbert, 65.
And Dave just hoping that that red has gone far enough. And there you can see Noppon can hit the red, but certainly can't pot it. So a little bit fortunate there. Points in front, but it's got to be very careful. I mean, these balls situated. One mistake could cost him this frame. Well, he's left this red. $32 points the difference, so Noppon needs at least a blue. Yeah, and that was the reason why he missed that red, because he was trying to hold it for the blue or the pink.
It's a frame they probably both think they should have won, but it's going to go to Dave Gilbert because Noppon Saengkham was in on 33, Mr. Black. We were sort of talking maximum at that point.
8. $11. 15. 20.
So yeah, it was well and truly in the balance, but Gilbert won the battle on the last red, ultimately. Strange, isn't it? Because he kind of made a mistake leaving it on, but the fact that, as Lee said, Saengkham had to get at least a blue off it affected the shot he played, and there we go, he left it, and Gilbert sprints out, leading 2-1, so needing one more frame to take his first point from this group. And that would, of course, conclude this session. Saengkham, of course, also looking for his first point. So let's just drop into table 2. They're on their last match, Elliot Slessor and Joe O'Connor. 2-1 to Slessor. Early throws of frame 4. Of course, they've both been successful on this table already. Slessor beat Saengkham 3-0. O'Connor beat Jackson Paige 3-1. Slessor was 5th in Group 1, so just stayed in, but of course earned a return here. He has had a good season. Of course, he got to the semis in Saudi Arabia Masters in the summer, big money tournament, £100,000 and points from that event alone. So he's up to number 20 in the world rankings. That's his highest ever position. The 1 year list, he's 10th. So as it stands right now, he will be in all 3 of the Players Series events. Of course, that can change, but certainly the first 2. He's in the World Grand Prix already. Players Championship, very, very likely. And a possibility of the Tour Championship. That was a terrific shot, wasn't it? Pot the red and hold for the black. Yeah, I just think there's good things coming. I mean, he's already doing really well, but in terms of, he's spoken about the fact that he just wants to win a tournament. That's what he's after, and kind of see it coming, maybe. Anyway, that continues, but we go back to table 1. Saengkham breaking off in frame 4, trailing 2-1 to Dave Gilbert here. World Championship, Lee, only 3 months away. Sort of thoughts, I think after the Masters, thoughts start to turn towards it, don't they? And I'm not sure Zhao Xingtong really cares about the Crucible Curse, but he's going to hear that phrase a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the World Championship with the prize money is such a massive tournament. If you haven't had such a good season, you get a good run in that, you can certainly change your season around. So certainly after the Masters, thoughts will go to the World Championship, but there's still plenty of tournaments, as you said, before that. Yeah, I'm sure Zhao will do a lot of interviews, and the Crucible Curse will be mentioned on numerous occasions.
I just think with him, I'm not saying he'll break that curse. The curse, by the way, no first-time champion has defended the title. I'm not saying he'll break it, but I think of all the players who've sort of faced it, he probably cares less about it, really. We'll see him here later in the week. He's playing in Group 4, which starts on Thursday.
Excellent safety there from Nopon. Dave just looking at the possibility of a plant on these two reds, and if he takes that on, this cue ball could end up anywhere.
One.
Well, if he's ended up on the black. It was an excellent shot.
He holds his hand up, but, well, you know, fortune favours the brave and all that. But we're talking
8
millimetres between that black going or not. I mean, I had no idea till he played it that it actually went. But now it feels like help yourself time.
9.
Yeah, it's amazing how many times you can play an excellent safety, force your opponent into playing a shot. Amazing how many times. A shot that probably they wouldn't normally play, they get it. And look at the chance he's got now.
16. 17. 24.
I don't like to say it, Dave, but I'm going to anyway. 3 reds,
25.
3 blacks. But the way these reds are situated here, excellent chance.
$32. $33.
Well,
David Gilbert, 33.
he'd be disgusted with that one.
And it's exactly what happened in reverse in the last frame, wasn't it? Nop and Saengkham was on 33, same scenario, missed a black and lost the frame ultimately.
One.
Yeah, I'm sure Nopon was sat in his chair, fearing the worst.
Eight. 9.
It has been a very open
16.
match so far. Both these players do like to attack. Certainly been that way so far.
Thank you. 17.
Yeah, because it's been so open, when, you know, the player does miss, then you know, everything's kind of there for their opponent. So this is a major opportunity for Saengkham to force the decider. And of course, ultimately, the end of the event, the winners group, the champion, the extra prize on top of all the money you've earned is a place in the Champion of Champions here in Leicester next season in November. So for someone like Noppen Saengkham, you know, if he could go all the way and win it, that would be huge to be in that.
32. Free. 35.
Only real awkward red here is the one behind the black.
$36.
We might see him play for that here.
$43. $44.
Nicely played. So one good positional shot. Fancy Noppen to go on and take this fourth frame.
51.
Yeah, it wasn't ideal on that red. Now he's going to need one more good positional shot. Needs this to slow up.
56.
Played it very well. So 23 points in front. Pink on last red, and we'll be going to a decider.
Yeah, Gilbert there in the background looking agonised because of course he had a golden chance. I mean, he got in with that plan, landed on the black. We were talking 147s, but missed the black 63. On 33. And when he opens his eyes, he'll see Noppen Saengkham pot this red for the frame. If he opens his eyes, that is.
64.
Maybe just resting ahead of the decider, because we're going to get one now, aren't we? Like I say, it's kind of like the last frame in reverse, albeit Gilbert didn't win directly from that missed black from Noppen Saengkham, but he got in front. Saengkham knows, made no mistake here.
71. $73.
well, Dave won't be the only person to get the January blues going back to work after the new year. But this match, of course, is still there to be won. There's one more frame. They've both been positive, attacked. It's been an open match. But if Gilbert were to lose another match 3-2, then clearly that's not an enjoyable morning for him. Nice break though this, not quite enough on for a century, but nevertheless he's done what he had to do, which is punish the missed black from Gilbert.
91.
Very nicely taken these. It's a clearance of 98 from Thailand's Noppin Saengkham, pouncing on the Gilbert mistake to level the match at 2-2 and force a deciding frame finish to see who takes this point. And of course, whoever loses the frame is going to be played 2, lost 2. So we'll just quickly go to table 2, just to show you the position there. And, well, Snooker's required 34 the lead for Leicester, 25 on. So looking like 3-1, but we were here in the summer, Joe O'Connor, in the ranking event version, he won a frame against Xu Se of China, having needed 4 snookers. And indeed, at the UK qualifying, he put Ben Wollaston, who was with us yesterday, through absolute agonies in their match before Ben finally beat him. So he's got him in one there. If he hits this grid, he could pot it, but it is looking like Slessor's going to make the perfect start, really. 2 matches played, 2-1. Don't follow the green in. Don't follow it in. Oh, that was a danger. So, things happening. Still needs another snooker, doesn't he? But, well, in fact, he needs 2 more. But there's one. So 2-2, Dave Gilbert getting the decider underway. And this red coming up the table. Good cue ball.
It's been a very enjoyable match to watch. Dave Gilbert has had breaks of 65, 129. Noppin Saengkham has had breaks of 60 and 98. So both players scoring very well. Couple of misses, easy misses thrown in as well. Dave looking to try and get the black open, but just not sure. And he's going to play it. No.
Foul. Noppin Saengkham 7.
Yeah, I didn't really know where that black was going to go. Noppin doesn't fancy it, so made Dave play again. Very careful. Black in the open, pink in the open, blue on the spot. And lots of open reds. Is he looking at this red into the green pocket? What a shot that is. Brilliant cue in there on Dave Gilbert. Let's have a look at that one again.
5.
Picked it out. Excellent shot. Nicely
6.
on the brown. And what a chance he's got now.
Yeah, and you know, as I say, it's an emotional roller coaster. This sport, you know, he was in agonies, wasn't he, in his seat in that last frame? He felt he'd thrown the frame away, couldn't even open his eyes to watch, but he's wide awake now.
11.
Sensing a big chance to get this one.
$12. $18. $19.
Funny old business, wasn't it? Because of course he knocked the black in inadvertently, and Saengkham exercised his right to put him back in. But it's an amazing pot, really.
Again, one of those situations where if he had an easy safety, he probably wouldn't have taken that red on. Now that it's gone in, that's given him a great chance
25.
to go on and take this frame and the match.
Thanks. 26. $33. $34. $40.
33 points in front. Still got 4 open reds.
41.
But he is going to need at least one of those reds in the cluster of 5 to win this frame.
$46. $47.
Just coming around to see if he can leave the cue ball. Take the red that's closest to the pink into the left-hand middle pocket. Wheeling that cue ball on.
52. So
this blue will put him 51 points in front. So pot the red, angle on either pink or black.
58.
Just looking, see if you can get an angle on the pink, the two reds below the pink. Good cannon off though, cannon
59.
those, but he's decided to play for the black and looks a little bit straight. Could have played for the pink and tried and nudge those two reds below it, and nudge the one towards the right hand black pocket. I think he's finished too straight on this black. That's a pretty poor shot from Dave. Didn't have any angle at all, so still hope for Noppon Saengkham. 59 points behind.
66.
And it's still 67 on the table.
Yeah, and it would be an absolute sickener now for Gilbert to lose this. As you say, didn't get the angle to go into the reds.
David Gilbert, 66.
So, not done yet this match.
They won't be playing safe off the four reds in the cluster. Doesn't want to bring any of those into play. Love to see a colour go towards the cushion. 59 points in front, but not almost to get a chance. And the colours are on their spots. Oh, does the cue ball go in?
Noppon Saengkham, 4.
And he's left the red on. So, Noppon Saengkham can pop this red, get a nice angle on the black, go into the reds. All about this angle. Oh.
1.
Well, he's got the angle, but this is a tough shot. Oh, he's played that beautifully. Excellent shot, and what a chance now.
8.
Amazing, yeah. Gilbert was going so well. He didn't get the angle, did he, when he was in to go into them, and now, well, he'd certainly be fearing the worst. He's second favourite, actually.
9.
Yeah, and this is a practice that professional players will practice time and time again, clearing up to win a frame. He's got nothing near the cushion. I would certainly expect Nopon to clear the table and pinch this frame
15.
from this visit.
And Gilbert probably doesn't think it should have been 2-2. Never mind, he loses 3-2. Of course, he had that chance in the previous frame, so missed a black on 33, didn't get another shot. This one made all the running, got him with that wonderful red to the green pocket, but completely out of his hands.
16.
And you know, normally you'd look around and think, okay, well, there's a ball slightly awkward. There isn't, is there? It, as you say, it is where you want to be. Just about nerve, really, and control here.
Yeah, all about keeping good control of that cue ball, making these pots
22.
easy as possible. Just getting the right angle
23.
to make the next shot nice and easy. So 25 points behind. So red, any colour, and the 6 colours. So it would be an excellent win for Nopon Saengkham.
Thank you. 31.
Playing for the ball colours there. Do see lots of amateur players playing for blue, but definitely ball colours. If you don't need any high value colour off the last red, definitely the best shot. 3 colours to choose from, much more margin of error.
34. Six.
Well, Gilbert could certainly have beaten Gary Wilson earlier. He looked certain to win this one, but
39.
it's looking like not being anything near the start he wanted. Okay, he's got the 4 frames, but you need points first of all before we go to frames, of course, in the table. Long way to go yet in the group, but he's just hoping for some sort of slip up here.
Yeah, he struck that really well. I think that was Dave's last chance. Could have possibly gone slightly wrong from the brown, but he's only got to drop this in now.
48.
Yeah, we saw it in the last frame, didn't we? The break he made there. Very steely. And he was ready when this chance came as well. The irony is, the shot Gilbert played, the red nearly went in the middle, didn't it? If it had gone in the middle, it wouldn't have been so bad, but it didn't. Nopon Saengkham potted it, left the angle on the black to get into the reds, and has very calmly, with great focus, gone about this clearance. So the black then to win a dramatic match, 3-2. Terrific clearance from Nopon Saengkham, and Dave Gilbert played 2, lost 2, and 2 matches he'll feel he really could have won. But Saengkham takes his first point here in Group 2 of the BetVictor Championship League. So it was an eventful first session, and we've got about an hour and 45 minutes until the second session, 4:30 local time. In fact, Saengkham will be leading us off here on table 1 against Gary Wilson. He's got a couple of matches to play later, actually, Noppon. So having lost 3-0 and looking certain to lose this match suddenly, and it just shows how these matches and fortunes can change around in the Championship League. Suddenly he could be in really good shape by the end of the day, could actually be on 3 points. So these are the matches we were watching there, actually. Elliot Leicester and Joe O'Connor, by the way, still battling away on table 2. So you can watch that on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. These are the matches we'll be watching from 4:30. Gary Wilson and Saengkham. Elliot Slesser, Dave Gilbert, and then Wilson against Jackson Paige. Table 2, double header for Chris Wakelin against Paige and Joe O'Connor, and O'Connor plays Saengkham in the last match. Still early days, but that's a bit of a body blow for Gilbert to lose 2 matches, 3-2 in the first session. But of course, there is still time, and we will be back at 4:30 for the evening session. So we'll see you later here at the Championship League in Leicester.
snooker fans all around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bays.
Quite simply, superb.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester. Familiar venue, of course, for the BetVictor Championship League. And well, we're halfway through the first day of Group 2. Of course, Tom Ford was the winner of Group 1 last night. He's in the winners group. And we're ready for another session. These are the results so far. Gary Wilson, 2 wins there. Contrasting matches, 3-2 over Dave Gilbert, then 3-0 over Chris Wakelin. Saengkham beating Dave Gilbert in the last match. He had lost to Elliot Slessor on table 2. Joe O'Connor beat Jackson Paige. Slessor beat O'Connor. So obviously still early stages, but Dave Gilbert there has played 2 matches and of course yet to get off the mark. Paige and Wakelin also looking for their first wins. At the moment it's the northeast duo, Slessor and Wilson, topping the table with 2 wins out of 2. But of course they each play 6 matches. It'll be tomorrow evening when we find out who finishes in the top 4. With the chance to go into the winners group. So these are the matches tonight. We're about to start with Gary Wilson, Saengkham. Wilson returns later to play Jackson Paige. Table 2, a double header for Chris Wakelin against Paige, and then Joe O'Connor against Saengkham to conclude the night. So well, Gary Wilson having a good time of it so far. 2 points out of 2.
First frame.
And Saengkham made a terrific clearance to snatch victory on the final black, 3-2 over Dave Gilbert. So he'll be feeling good coming into this one as well. Wilson was a little bit rusty, I thought, against Gilbert, but played much better in his second match against Chris Wakelin. Had a 1-3-7 and well, was just completely dominant. And it's a big night for him, Dominic, isn't it? Because of course he's got 2 matches in total, so you know could come out of this evening basically qualified.
Yeah, wouldn't that be incredible? Not everybody, of course, plays 4 matches on the opening day, but Gary Wilson does. He was incredible against Chris Wakelin. Chris Wakelin didn't pot a single ball in the 3 frames played. It was noticeable also that Gary Wilson was playing so quickly in his match with Chris Wakelin. Much quicker than he did in his opening match against Dave Gilbert, which he scraped through 3-2. A rather scrappy affair. I think Noppon has the type of game that could perturb Gary Wilson. He's a very solid all-round player. And if he plays a tight game, Gary Wilson might find it quite tricky to get chances against Noppon Saengkham. As you say, Dave, he did terrifically well to beat Dave Gilbert. Made a couple of very good clearances.
Well, the head-to-head favours Wilson 4 wins to 0, and by far the biggest was the final of the Scottish Open in December 2023, so just 2 years ago. It was Noppon Saengkham's first final. Wilson was actually defending champion, and he won 9-5. He got ahead early on 6-1. Never really looked like it was going to be a recovery. Noppon Saengkham, though, he'd beaten John Higgins in the semi-finals. You know, he's beaten some big hitters in his time.
Well, that's not a bad safety from Noppon Saengkham. You can see he's left the red on for Gary Wilson, but it's very, very difficult to play this as a shot to nothing. And it'd be far too risky, you feel, to go all out for position on the black, which I think will pot to the left corner. Problem is, Gary, if he plays a safety shot, will have to get a good cue ball to not leave that same red on for Noppon Saengkham. Well, he took it on. He didn't fancy the safety shot. Didn't think it was any more easy than the pot. So he took the pot on. And he certainly hasn't got away with it.
Thing about that clearance he made against Dave Gilbert, he never looked like he was going to miss. You know, he looked so reliable, controlled it superbly, had to within a couple of shots get the reds open, and then they're all there, but you've still got to hold your nerve. Things can go wrong at any point, but he just looked really, really good.
It was interesting, Dave, wasn't it? Because in an earlier frame, Noppon had a chance of a maximum, missed the black on 33, and then very next frame, the same thing happened. And Noppon benefited from the mistake, and he cleared up against Dave Gilbert.
7.
Yeah, they were both quite surprising misses as well, but anything is missable, as we all know in this game. Players fortified by a nice roast dinner upstairs, as we all are. Food here is absolutely superb. Saw you tucking in, Dominic.
Oh, I don't think I'll have much opportunity to eat anything now until tomorrow morning.
Well, meanwhile, he's made a bit of a meal of that shot, actually, and it hasn't worked out as intended. So this is a big blue he's taking on.
Oh, that was a super pot. As Dave suggested, he'd been very disappointed
18.
with the previous positional shot. Probably brown or yellow. But he paused before taking this blue on, didn't he? He had a look at it, stole himself for it, got down, committed fully to it. And what a great pot it was, and he's back in A1 position now. But needs to be high on the blue this time. Certainly is. That's just about perfect. Now, does he go into the pack of reds here? Because the two reds that he can get onto, just to the left of the black spot, they're not ideal because the black's out of commission for the time being. It won't really pot anywhere. So I think going into them would be my choice. Well, okay, he's played one of the two reds to the left 24. Of the black spot, but you know, I've got to ask, where does the colour come from? What shots he got to play here to get onto a colour? It's going to be very tricky. In the end, he just screwed through the pack and hoped for the best. It's come out really well, but I mean, he's gone into the pack of reds off a red, so he's only got a couple of colours he's likely to be on. he'd have gone into the reds from the blue, he'd have had all of those reds and he could have been on any one of them.
$31.
Oh, that's not much good to nop on. If he wants to trundle the pink in, he'll have to do it with the aid of the bridge rest. He won't be able to reach. But if he can just drop it in slowly, he ought to be on a red to the opposite corner. So all he needs to do here is focus on the pot. I'm not sure he can still reach this, even though he's got the mini putt on the cue. Let's have a look. Goodness me. This is really reaching for the shot. Yeah, it would have been awkward with the bridge rest, but
Saengkham 31.
he just couldn't quite reach it well enough to strike the cue ball nicely.
One. Seven. Eight.
Well, although he struggled a bit in that first match with Gilbert, of course he won it, so he went into his second match, you know, at least with that point on the board, and then, as Dominic said, just played brilliantly.
Thank you. 15.
Of course, Chris Wakelin is world number 14, Wilson 17, but when the cut-off of the Masters came, it was the other way around. Wilson was in the top 16, Wakelin, because it was before the Scottish Open, wasn't. So Gary Wilson will be at the Ali Pali next week, where he plays Xiao Jing Tong Monday evening.
This was the red that Gary played for a couple of shots ago, but didn't get the cue ball quite far enough across to play it. Better on it now.
22.
I think he just screwed into a red there, and he's got the wrong angle now on the pink. And that could be a problem. He could leave his next red from mid-distance, but he may decide to go around the angles here. Oh, he's caught the jaws of the pocket. He could be snookered here if he's not careful.
28.
And he is. Would you believe it?
Gary Wilson 28.
So a chance on each side. Now the baton is passed back to Noppon Saengkham.
just a little out of form, Noppon. When he's amongst them, like all of the players, he's okay, but if he's faced with anything mid-distance or from long range, he's just a little vulnerable. As Dave has mentioned, he made those great clearances in that victory over Dave Gilbert, but he was amongst them then, and he just kept control of the cue ball. Oh, that was close. I thought it was in, but another reprieve.
I think he thought it was in. I think Gary Wilson thought it was in, but it's not. Just shows you, you know, balls can be missed. We've just seen a few missed in a row there.
They're both half asleep after that incredible roast dinner that we've all enjoyed. I must assume that Gary can't see that red that's over the left corner because of the pink, and the two reds look to be blocking the other red that's over the other corner. Quite a spot of difficulty here. That had to be very precise indeed. Literally to the centimetre, and that's not good enough, I'm afraid. Cue ball clean, that's not advantageous for Noppon. It's almost giving himself too much time to prepare for this blue because there'll be pressure on it. He's missed a few in this frame.
Six.
Very thin, this red. I'm sure it cuts in, but he won't be able to control the cue ball too easily from here. He's got to watch he doesn't go in off in the centre pocket. He was heading there, but he's controlled the pace nicely. He does have a bit of an angle to work with on the blue.
Twelve.
So this is now clearly the key shot landing on this last red. Will be 24 in front, so we'll need the red and the reasonable size colour. Well, not quite as intended, so this frame not over yet. Got to be so precise here. And he was.
22.
Well done. Good recovery. The blue to lead by 30 and 27 on. So again, he's shown a bit of steel, but of course Wilson had the chance. There was a little spell in the frame where they were both missing. Hang on. Oh no, he's knocked the yellow in. What a thing to happen.
22, Gary Wilson 5.
Oh. The blue went in, you think, okay, frame over, but the yellow's gone in as well, so the 5 points come back for Wilson.
It's incredible, isn't it, what happens on a snooker table. I mean, Noppon, when he pots the blue, he must have known the cue ball cannon into the yellow. So, from his point of view, he's probably thinking, well, just please don't pot the yellow, but of course that's what happened. But meanwhile, Gary'd be disappointed with that snooker that he laid behind the black to have left such an easy escape. I suppose at the end of the day, he'd be pleased to still be involved with this first frame. Went all out for the double there, Gary Wilson, and the pace he played it at has proved to be ideal from Noppon Saengkham's point of view. Not only can he pot the yellow, he can easily get the cue ball around the angles for the green, which he needs as frame ball. Just needs to avoid the cannon on the blue. And the black. Well, this green's on, but
2.
It's a pressure ball. He doesn't have to go for this, but he may do. He's an attacking player.
Yeah, nicely done. I think he just felt because it was frame ball he could just commit to potting it, which he's done. So one snooker needed. He'd like the brown in. There was a match earlier, Joe O'Connor and Elliot Slessor. O'Connor needed 3 snookers, he got them, but Slessor did win their last frame on the black to win 3-1. But that should be that. It's been quite an eventful first frame.
9.
But it has gone to Noppon Saengkham, so he made that great clearance, of course, to win his first point earlier against Dave Gilbert on the black, 3-2, and he starts the evening session winning the opening frame against Gary Wilson. Table 2 is Chris Wakelin and Jackson Paige. Paige won the first frame, Wakelin here dominating the second, trying to bounce back from that disappointing 3-0 defeat to Gary Wilson. But of course in Group 1 he lost his first 2 matches and then won his next 4 and qualified for the playoffs, so he knows that you can certainly bounce back from a bad early defeat. He'll stay on either way to play Joe O'Connor, and then we'll have 3 more matches tomorrow. This for a century then. Chris. That ruined it. At least he won the frame. So, 1-1 there, 1-0 here to Nop and Saengkham.
Thank you, second frame. Nop and Saengkham to break.
Gary wanted to be able to play the red to the right corner as a shot to nothing. He can't see enough of it, but he can take this one on and run through for the black. Oh, I thought that was in as well. Has he covered this red with the black? I think so. He decided to skim off the red to hide the left-hand side of the pack with the pink, but I think this red can cut in as a shot to nothing. And that was why that perhaps Nopon's shot choice there was the wrong one.
Five. Six. $13.
He won't be happy with that, Gary Wilson. He's lost control of the cue ball a little bit now. He can't help but cannon into the red above the black and can't guarantee position. But he may be okay.
21. $22. $29. $30. Just a moment, please.
That little remote control there, that's the little device the referee uses to operate the arena scoreboard. Obviously in sort of big TV matches there's a separate marker, but here they're doing everything.
Thank you. 36.
Well, that could be handy for Gary Wilson. He may be able to just stun the red in, leave the cue ball where the red is, and he'd be beautifully on the pink to pot it to the left corner and split open the pack of reds.
37.
Just been unlucky there. He may have a choice of a couple of reds, but he's on nothing easy.
Free. $44.
But now he's got everything where he needs it. 44 to the good. Quick kill in this frame, it would seem.
$51.
He's already had 27 centuries this season, so he's right up there on that list.
52.
Mark Selby's actually had the most of anyone this season, 40. But Gary
59.
Currently in equal 7th place on the list, so you know he's been a good season scoring wise.
60.
And could be another one for the collection here. Still plenty on as well in terms of points.
$66. Thank you. 67. $74.
Well, snookers are required, but he wants to really make sure that he kills the frame off. 2 needed at the moment. Yeah, so
Wilson,
Knock and Saengkham
74.
coming back.
Yes, Gary went all out for the century break there, you feel. Noppon's task will be to pot a few reds with high value colours. Very, very difficult to get snookers when there are multiple reds still left on the table. But he may try to pot all but 1 red with a high value colour, so that he may be able to get a free ball with 1 remaining red left on the table.
$8. Thank you. 9.
Nicely on the red to the centre, can just hold for the pink.
16.
Let's have a look at the scores. He's 58 behind, 51 on, so still needs 2 snookers. 2 to draw if he takes the pink.
17.
For me, I'll be playing for the red closest to the green pocket here to come back down the table for the black if I could. Ah, that's perfect.
$23. $24.
So,
31.
big chance here to try and get one of the snookers he needs, but can he try and put this red near a colour somewhere and get the snooker so that there is a chance of a free ball? I won't be happy with this.
Upon Saengkham 31.
Two ways of playing this. He could play the cue ball in behind the black, send the red into bulk, or he could chip the red very thinly off the side cushion and back across. Cannon from red to green, if anything, has helped, but don't think it's a snooker.
No, and that is a terrific pot, so it's Wilson's frame for sure. We're going to be level.
Four. Thank you. 6. Nine. 13. 18.
'Well, as that key shot, wasn't there, where he left himself
24.
the angle on the pink to get into the reds, and went on to make the 74. And Gary Wilson
24 and a frame.
has levelled this match at one apiece with Noppin Saengkham. Yeah, looking good, isn't he, Wilson? I mean, there's still the odd mistake, but in general, since that first match with Gilbert, he's played really well. And as I say, after this match, he's got another one tonight, so has the potential to get to 4 points, which would certainly qualify him for the playoffs tomorrow night. Noppin Saengkham, of course, has got 1 point so far. He also has another match to play later tonight on table 2 against Joe O'Connor. But of course, it's tomorrow where the table will be, well, changing by the frame. We saw that yesterday in Group 1. And it's all about getting in the top 4, of course, although 5th place, you're eligible to come back for the next group. I say eligible, there's actually a slight wrinkle this week because some of the players actually have to go to Sheffield to play in the German Masters qualifiers, and as good as they are at snooker, they can't be in 2 places at once.
I'm sure Gary would be very pleased. Having won that last frame, he's best of 5s, such quick sprints. If he falls 2-0 behind, doing well to win the match from there against anybody, really.
Frame 3 then.
Thank you. Frame. Gary Wilson to break.
Oh dear. Well, he was fortunate, Wilson. He didn't leave the potting angle to the middle. Would have been much easier.
Struck it very nicely, but probably just had a trace of side spin on the cue ball that just pushed the cue ball off course. He's certainly hidden it with the black, but it shouldn't be difficult to come off the side cushion and pot it. But what you want to do when you play these shots is to actually come off two cushions. You want to strike the top cushion just before the red, and then you can get onto the black. So two cushions, pot the red.
1.
Couldn't have played that much better. Well, you could see Noppon Saengkham looking away there. That tells you straight away that he's not on the red.
Noppon Saengkham 8.
Chris Wakelin 2-1 up now against Jackson Paige. At 99 we saw him going off the black, and then he made 61 in the next.
Perfect kiss from cue ball to yellow, blocking off what would have been a possible red for Noppon Saengkham. He's looking at the potential here for a 4-ball plant, the 4 reds at the top of the main bunch, and from my camera angle here it looks very close. The problem is when you play this shot, and you tend to forget, but when the top red is jammed against other reds as they are here, the cue ball takes an entirely different path to the one you think it will, and you can make all sorts of mistakes. But this plant may be on. No, I think he's refusing it. Disastrous result, I beg your pardon, from Gary Wilson's point of view. This red should be a rather simple one for Noppon Saengkham. He can stun the cue ball down for the blue if he wishes. And the reds are in wonderful positions.
1.
Black isn't too difficult where it is either. This is a good chance for Noppon to re-establish a lead in this match.
7.
Now, if Noppon is dead straight on this red, he could consider playing for the black. Because while that red is to the left of the black near the corner pocket there, he wouldn't have to do any work with the cue ball to be on it. I think he may like to play that one again because he could be hampered here by the red that's near the left side cushion. Let's just see if he's okay. Oh, it's not ideal.
Well, classic wiped its feet there with the black. It wobbled a bit but dropped.
20.
We'll have to go into the pack of reds here, and they are detached largely from one another, but still not sure they'll open well for him. The red next to the cue ball does cut in, but it's a fiddly little shot. It's very missable.
Oh. Time stood still there, didn't it, for a moment? Looked like the mother of all flukes, but just didn't quite drop here. Just that second kiss, but just wasn't quite gonna drop.
Gary Wilson. It can be awkward sometimes when you're sat in your chair and all of a sudden your opponent makes a mistake you're not expecting him to, and you find yourself at the table with a possible ball. Even though it did happen there, Gary, I find it hard to forgive that sort of miss.
Just removing the chalk pouch because he's sort of climbing on the table.
He's a very different player up on Saengkham to the other Thai players I can think of. Of course, James Watanabe was around for such a long time in the late 80s and 90s. Such a great player, James Watanabe, very attacking player with a lot of flair, former world number 3. And then you think of the modern day Thai players, somebody like Thepchairan Nu, very natural player. But Naporn Saengkham is different to those. He's all technique. Naporn Saengkham, he takes a lot of care with every shot that he plays, particularly in the way he strikes the cue ball. The whole cue action is very carefully
21.
regimented and thought through. Works a lot with Steve Feeney on technique and attitude, and he's a very, very solid all-round player. Naporn Saengkham has a good temperament.
22.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very humble character, isn't he? And very likeable character. James Watanabe, I mentioned this earlier when I was with Lee, but he's actually in Thailand currently running to be an MP. So he's going into a slightly different world.
Well, he's always quite a hero,
27.
James Watanabe, in Thailand. He's very, very well known. I wish him all the best. It's a bit of a thankless task, isn't it, being an MP?
Well, meanwhile, that was a bit of a vote winner, that
28.
shot, because he's on the blue and it's all he needs, barring Snookers, to go 2-1 in front.
Free. 34. 40. 41. 47. 48.
Well, he's way over the line. There's no playing on from here. So Gary Wilson
48 and
started this match well, but finds himself in a little bit of trouble here. Just the odd mistake has contributed from his perspective. Table 2 is Chris Wakelin and Jackson Paige, and Wakelin looking good, 42 in front, 35 on, 2-1 up. So looking good to take his first point of the day. And it would leave Jackson Paige winless from 2 matches.
It's very difficult when you play consecutive groups. You play a lot of group matches over 2 days, and then you don't win the group. You have to come back usually the next day to begin another group all over again, and it's very tiring mentally, especially when you're up against fresher players. Of course, Chris Wakelin was involved in Group 1 as well, but Chris didn't get through to the final.
It looks like he's going to win, and he'll stay on to play Joe O'Connor next. We'll see Paige last on table 1 against Gary Wilson. Nice idea that, wasn't it, to get him behind the yellow, but he didn't manage it. So we'll let you know if anything changes there. But here, Noppon Saengkham 2, Gary Wilson 1.
Frame 4, Noppon Saengkham to break.
This time it's Noppon Saengkham's turn to bring a red towards bulk. It will cut in, but the cue ball will probably come off the pack of reds. Oh, he's overcut that by a long way, and that's why the cue ball avoided the reds. In the end, it's turned out to be a good safety. Noppon Saengkham will now have to be careful not to cannon into that red to the left of the blue.
Just to confirm, Wakelin did win that match 3-1 on table 2.
That's the black tied up good and proper. Has Gary Wilson been very fortunate there to snooker every red? I think he has. Shouldn't be a problem though, just to drop onto the side of the pack. Has he hidden the potting angle of the possible red to the right corner? If he hasn't, I think Noppon can just about pot it and go around the 3 reds and the black. Oh, what a beautifully, crisply struck clean pot that was.
1.
Oh, and a good cannon on the green. Goodness me. That worked out beautifully. A lovely angle on the yellow now to play for one of the 2 reds to the right of the pink. Look at that, half ball on the green off the bulk cushion. Thank you very much.
Free. Thank you. 4.
Good angle here to stun into the pink. I don't think a red will find a pocket anywhere, but you can never be sure. Oh, he's missed the blue. And has he been lucky?
Noppon Saengkham 4.
Hard to tell whether there's a red on into the right corner, but my goodness me, could have developed everything there.
Well, he's apologised, so he doesn't think he's left anything.
took a risk there. I can only assume the red above the cue ball doesn't pop into the yellow pocket. Noppon's having a look at it. Maybe able to attempt a double of his own here. Was just so risky. Noppon was banking on the green, blocking the red near the corner pocket, but it hasn't. Such a risky shot to play. Could be very costly.
One. Seven. Eight.
Pink spot, I think, has become available now. Which is neither good nor bad, really, because if it does respot, it won't pot anywhere. Black is out of commission, so this isn't an easy break to make for Noppon Saengkham.
14.
Well, you could see there that the pink actually certainly pots into the left corner, which has surprised me. That will certainly be a big help to Noppon, with the black being tied up.
Upon Saengkham 20.
Well, I think we all expected he'd be more than 24 in front when the visit ended, even if he didn't win the frame there. So Wilson in, just to say Chris Wakelin and Joe O'Connor have just started on table 2. Second match of the evening there.
The pink pots to the right centre. Gary may decide to play for it there rather than the same pocket as this red.
6.
Just drop it in, cannon the red away from the pink. It should be on a red to the same corner pocket.
$13. $19. $20.
This is where it gets difficult for Gary Wilson. If he leaves an angle on the blue to go into the reds, the pink would be in the way. But from a bulk colour, he'd have a better chance and a better angle.
7.
But did he purposely play to be just off straight on the blue? Because he is perfect to come off the side cushion with power and go directly into these reds and the black. He played it well, but he's unlucky he didn't bring the black into play. He's not nicely on this red from a point of view of getting onto a colour.
$33. $39. $40.
Still plenty of hope for Noppon Saengkham in this frame with those two reds tied up by the black, but can Gary bring them into play here? Does he have an angle? He did. So he certainly helped the situation.
47. $48.
He's been very lucky there. He's absolutely perfectly on this blue to just roll through for red to the same pocket. Shouldn't really miss the pot.
$53. $54.
been like working out a puzzle, hasn't it? And he's done so superbly. So this black, 37 the lead, 35 on, and he's on the next red. And looking very much like we're going the distance.
61. $62.
Wasn't straightforward when he came to the table, but as I say, he's just worked it all out really well.
67.
And he's played at quite a pace today, hasn't he? He's not hanging about.
$69. Thank you. 72. $76.
Not quite enough on for a ton, but a satisfying break for Wilson nonetheless. It keeps him in this match.
81.
$81 it finishes at. Gary
81.
Wilson levels up with Saengkham at 2-2 and sets up a deciding frame finish. Yeah, nice break because there were a few mistakes in earlier frames, but that was nicely done. Now on table 2, it's Chris Wakelin against Joe O'Connor. And this is the first frame. O'Connor on a break here, so he obviously has won the frame. Just a question of what the break ends up as. He was beaten by Leicester in the second match of the day, but he did beat Jackson Paige in the first. Of course, Chris Wakelin beaten 3-0 by Gary Wilson. Just beaten Paige, though, 3-1 in the previous match. This is a single break, so chance for a century. He made 5 centuries in Group 1, Joe O'Connor. That's plenty in such short matches. Bearing in mind he didn't even get to the final, you know, he lost in the semis to Tom Ford. So, terrific start to the match from Joe O'Connor. He will stay on to play Nop on Saengkham actually in his last match. Wakelin has 3 matches tomorrow in the group phase. Obviously he hopes there'll be more later.
In our players' lounge there's a darts board, and he's been playing quite a lot of darts with some of the other players as well, and something I wouldn't advocate when you're playing snooker matches. It can cause a bit of a pain in the pit of your elbow.
Luke Littler last night, he's in the final leg to win the World Championship. He checked out with 147.
Did he really, Dave? That's amazing. It's an unusual figure to check out on in darts, actually.
Well, he needs single 7 to end on 129. That's what the black's worth. Oh, what a break. What a break from Joe O'Connor. It's his 6th century of this year's Championship League. He leads 1-0. Just waiting for Saengkham to return and we'll have our deciding frame finish. Remember, there's 2 more matches to come. Leicester against Dave Gilbert. Gary Wilson returns to play Jackson Paige.
The deciding frame, Gary Wilson to break.
That's one of the better break-offs. This red would cut in, but the likelihood is the cue ball cannon into the black, so it's too risky. This could be a good safety if it slides and goes in behind the brown. It's trying. Can be nervy affairs, these deciding frames here at the Championship League, because victory, he gets a point and it can make an enormous difference to hopes of qualification to the semi-finals, which will be played tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, of course, they've both beaten Dave Gilbert already today in deciders. 2-3-2 wins.
Gary can take this on, but he'll have to play it with check sides, avoid cannoning the pack. And that's why the cue ball threw off course there, misjudged it totally. Oh, a free ball. Now, it has to be worth taking this brown on.
Brown ball.
Brown will count as an extra red, so 1 point should he knock it in, but then he can play for a colour. Continue the break in the normal fashion.
Well, all hopes of a break over 147 there dashed in the first shot. There was a frame in the Scottish Open, Chris Wakelin, who went on to win the title in the quarterfinals, had the free ball, and he got to about 70 odd, you know, with 150 plus on, but wasn't to be. So Jamie Burnett's 148 over 20 years ago now in the UK Championship qualifiers. The only break of more than 147, obviously made with the free ball, ever made in professional snooker. And this is horrible for colourblind players, isn't it, where that brown is?
Absolutely. What a chance for Noppon here. There'll be a lot of pressure on this. If it goes in, he'll think he'll have a chance to win frame and match. But conversely, if he knows if he misses it, that opportunity could fall to Gary Wilson. Goes the red. Oh, if he's on the brown, my goodness me, he's been lucky. Could have the smallest of gaps here to pot the brown. Just look at that. I think he's on it. Incredible. Because he was stunning across there to hole for the black, and he cannoned the black and was still on the brown. Amazing. So that goes back on its spot. Something that players will be happy about.
Six. 13. $14. $21. $22.
When up on Saengkham lost his first match 3-0 to Elliot's Leicester over on the other table. I didn't think he'd be giving himself every opportunity to win his next 2 matches, because he was missing a lot of balls from mid-distance, a lot of pots that you get in with to score heavily from. He was missing those initial opening pots, and he seemed to be struggling a little bit, but he's given a couple of lifelines in his match with Gilbert, which he took. He's beginning to find his rhythm now.
$29. Thank you. 30. $37. $38.
Well, he's a very steely character, isn't he? Really concentrates so hard on every shot. $49 to the good, so time running out for Wilson here.
45.
Of course, the irony is that free ball brown that Noppen Saengkham missed actually in the end did him a massive favour where it finished, because when he potted the red he was on it.
$53. $54.
I have to say, the speed of the bed of this table is just beautiful, and the response as well off the cushion rails. The players are hardly having to hit the ball at all to get the cue ball where they want it.
$62.
Yeah, conditions are excellent, and this break has been as well. So the black to lead by 73, and then needs one more red, and he should be the winner.
$69.
something else as well. Just look at the width of the cushions, and when the cue ball's close to a cushion like this, you've got plenty of room to place your hand and cue comfortably.
70.
This has been a super break from Saengkham. He's coped with the pressures of this deciding frame very well.
Yeah, really impressive. It was a bit different to the decider with Dave Gilbert, where he had to clear up, but equally impressive, really. So it's going to be Gary Wilson's first defeat of the group, and both he and Saengkham now will be on 2 points. It's still early on, but all the signs are this is going to be another tight group. Really, there's no reason why it shouldn't be, because it's unlikely
76.
one player's going to win all 6 matches. They're so evenly matched, these guys, that every point, every frame is going to count.
$79. Thanks. 80.
This will be Gary Wilson's first defeat so far. He has one more match to play later on against Jackson Paige. That could be an interesting one. Probably the 2 quickest and most attacking players in the group.
87.
Well, Wilson made a 137 earlier against Chris Wakelin, but there is actually just enough on to pip that here by 1 point. He takes blacks with the remaining 2 reds.
$95.
Great finish from Thailand's Saengkham. Oh, it's not a century.
95.
But that's the only disappointment. 95 enough to secure frame and match. So Saengkham defeats Gary Wilson by 3 frames to 2. As Dominic says, they'll both be back later for one more match. For us, in 5 minutes' time, it's Elliot Slessor against Dave Gilbert.
Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Maurice Neuhausen is your new Premier League Pool winner.
Elisha Sharp makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Sharp has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer. Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego.
Jesus Christ. What is that?
The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benton. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Welcome back. It's the penultimate match of day one of Group 2 here at the BetVictor Championship League. We're just going to have a quick look at the Group 2 leaderboard as it stands. Elliot Slessor, 2 wins for him, 2 points. Gary Wilson, he's played 3 matches, won 2 of them. Of course, he's just lost to Saengkham, second. Saengkham lost his first match 3-0, but has won the next 2, so he's looking good at the moment. 2 wins from 3 matches. But it's Dave Gilbert in action here against Elliot Slessor. Dave Gilbert having lost both of the 2 matches that he's played just by the odd frame, 3 frames to 2. He's looking good against Saengkham for a couple of mistakes at crucial moments. And he ended up losing 3-2, but he's breaking off here for his 3rd match. Badly needs a win. Elliot Slessor, one of the players of the season, really, ranked 20th in the world, the highest he's ever been. He's going to be in the World Grand Prix, he's going to be in everything on the 1-year points so far, and that's why pots like that. Delighted to have Lee Walker alongside me for this. He's having a great season, Elliot Slessor, isn't he, Lee?
Yeah, he certainly is, Dom. This season he's ever had already. And still some very big tournaments to go. He's currently sitting in 10th place on the 1-year list. There's only 9 players that have done better than Elliot so far this season, so it's fantastic. And he started off tremendous long red.
16.
He's literally come straight from the practice table as well, and I think that's something, Lee, a lot of players do these days. I think a lot of them are practicing right up to the moment they walk out to the match arena to play. Is that something you try and have Mark Williams doing as well?
Well, as you know, Dom, Mark Williams does whatever he wants, so But yeah, I think it's definitely think it's a good idea. No, we've been up in the players' lounge for the last couple of hours, so certainly getting your arm going again, just playing a few shots before coming to play the match. Certainly can't do you any harm, that's for sure.
And you've been with Mark Williams, haven't you? You know, one of the game's all-time greats for quite a number of years, and of course you've grown up with Mark, you've played him, I'm sure, as an amateur player growing up in Wales, and you obviously know his game inside and out. And I think from Mark's point of view, I think he finds that a big help, does he? And you can spot problems with his game and advise him, I suppose. But I suppose everything you do with Mark, there's an element of good humour about it, because he's, let's just say, he's a bit of a comedian, Mark Williams, isn't he?
Yeah, I think unique is the best way to describe him, Dom, isn't it?
Yes, he never seems to feel the pressure, does he? Or he certainly doesn't show that he feels the pressure. He just tiptoes along and drops everything in dead weights. An amazing player. Such a talent. Chance here for Dave Gilbert, though, to snick this red in. Pace of this shot is pretty good. Still an awkward black, though.
1.
Yeah, he judged that one pretty well to land on the black. Could have been easily sat on 2 wins after his first 2 games, but narrowly lost both matches, so could really do with a win here.
9.
They played each other 4 times, these two, and it's 2-2 with the head-to-heads, but on current form, you'd probably put Elliott Leicester as a slight favourite, if there can be a slight favourite in these best of 5 frame sprints.
$13. 14.
'Just to give you a quick update on table 2, we saw Joe O'Connor complete that superb century of 129, but Chris
21.
Wakelin responded very well in the second frame with a break of 84, so that match is currently 1 frame all. Our Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel is your destination
22.
if you want to keep in touch with that match.
So nice angle on the black here. They're going to the reds. Played that very well.
29. $30.
Play a little cannon here. The 2 reds by the pink. Didn't really look much on when he came to the table, apart from a very thin red into the green pocket, but he's developed these really nicely. So now a good chance to go on and take this first frame.
38.
pink spot looks to be occupied, so that will go onto the blue spot, but can stun across the table here. Or red into the right corner. Played it nicely. Yeah, absolutely no reason why Dave Gilbert can't score enough from here to win this first frame now. He's only 20 points ahead, but there are enough in open play to make this frame safe from here.
45.
Won't need to worry about the two reds on the left and right side cushions.
$52.
44 years old now, Dave Gilbert.
53.
Ranked 24 in the world. Has been as high as number 10, but that was 6 years ago now.
Yeah, he certainly seems to be playing. I think
60.
all the players seem to be playing just that little bit quicker. Gary Wilson earlier during the match against Chris
61.
Wakelin was down to 14 seconds a shot. So that black puts him 44 points in front, so
68.
just this red, Liam Elliott needing a snooker. Excellent effort this Dom.
Yeah, absolutely, Lee. You may be wondering why all the players are playing with polo shirts and Dave Gilbert is wearing long sleeves. He's been given permission because it's been so cold outside. It's difficult to get such a huge auditorium warm enough. It is now, 75. But at the beginning of play today it was a little cooler. Well, he's made over 430 career centuries. 3 147s, Dave Gilbert. Can he make a century here? Still batting, but this next red will be tough with the rest.
83.
Oh, it's wriggled in. Nicely played, and can just drop the black in now for 84. Automatic position on the yellow.
$91. 93.
So green and brown for another career century.
96.
And then goes the brown. Well played, Dave Gilbert, because he's been sat in that players' lounge now for a good couple of hours at least. So to come out and begin with a century break is commendable. And it's Leicester was in first, but he made a mistake. Dave Gilbert has capitalised.
111.
Well, the black hasn't gone in, but nevertheless it's been an excellent opening effort that from Dave Gilbert. That break of 111, he secures victory in the opening frame to lead 1-0. So Dave Gilbert relaxing in that lovely Chesterfield armchair there that have been part of this BetVictor Championship League for quite some time now, since its inception in fact. Just give you a quick update on what's going on table 2. Joe O'Connor and Chris Wakelin still 1-1 there, but there's only 3 points between them in the third frame. As you can see, 46 points to 43, and Joe O'Connor could be in a snooker here unless there's the smallest of gap between the bolt colours. Good effort, needs a bit of luck here, and he may not get any. Does the red pass the yellow? I think it does. Two players that don't live far away from Leicester, don't live far away from each other. Joe O'Connor is a Leicester player. Chris Wakelin just up the road in Rugby. Looking good to take a 2-1 lead. We'll keep you up to date as to what goes on there, as Elliot Slessor prepares to break off for frame 2, having lost the first.
The second frame, and let's start to break.
This is the sort of frame that players dislike, or the majority of players dislike. When there's a red in bulk, you can't really play the safety shot up there. You have to try and leave the cue behind the black spot. You can often end up with a re-rack in this situation. Do you think that will happen here, Lee?
Yeah, it could possibly. I think they'll play on for a few shots first. What is definitely a thing I've noticed, virtually all the players, and they don't want to get bogged down. First shot Elliot played during this frame brought the black into play straight away. Saw Dave do that a couple of times in earlier matches as well. Good safety from Dave. Coming round to have a look at the red into the yellow pocket, one closest to the bolt cushion. And he's got it. It's a decent kiss as well.
4. 5.
Like you said earlier, Dom, Dave Gilbert has been as high as number 10 in the world. Not shown that form so far this season, though.
8.
He's not qualified for the Grand Prix. The top 32 players on the 1 year list, so he's looking to get a little bit of confidence from this tournament. Still some big tournaments to go this season. Of course, he has done very well in the past at Sheffield as well, Dom.
Oh, a red has just dropped in at the very last into that right corner pocket. Dave spotted it, turned his back on it, thought it was going to go in. It nearly remained above ground. Look at that red, just drops there. And what a chance is given Elliot Slessor. Yeah, to go back on what you said, I mean, to play with terrific pedigree, Dave Gilbert, there's no doubt about it. Of course, he won this Championship League, the ranking event version, in 2021. That's you know, getting on for 5 years ago now. But it's very difficult to be consistent over a long period of time with the strength in depth that we have in snooker these days. You have to have a superb temperament, because things will never go your way all the time, particularly with so many competitions on the tour these days. There are going to be peaks and there are going to be troughs, and you have to deal with each in equal measure, really, and just keep working on your game when you have the opportunity, and don't become depressed with a series of poor results, because it'll happen to everybody.
16.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Certainly with the standard of the players at the moment. Can easily play matches where you do virtually
17.
nothing wrong. You get beat. He can certainly count himself very unfortunate. Played an excellent shot, pulling the blue screwing into the reds. I thought one was going to go in the left corner. It didn't, and then
22.
The bad kiss off the brown, and it's gone in the right corner.
So fast, this table. That's probably why that red found the pocket from Dave Gilbert's last visit. Just kept rolling and rolling, as the cue ball did there. Elliot played for the red to the right of the cue ball into the corner pocket. Just played that nicely.
28.
But still needs one good positional shot here. He's not back in good position just yet.
But he's played that nicely.
35.
Definitely Elliot playing much faster than normal. He's currently
36.
Just over 15 seconds a shot. His season shot time is just under 23, so... Oh, what has he done here? Has that cue ball just gone behind the red? He's having an anxious look. I think he's okay. Certainly not hanging about, Dom, are they?
No, he works with Chris Henry a lot, and something that Chris Henry is trying to instill in most of the players that he coaches is to speed up, especially somebody like Elliott, who used to be a little more circumspect, shall we say. Used to be a little more ponderous. He's missed the green. Wow, would you believe it? But that green cannon in the cue ball has just helped him a little bit there. It's made this red more off straight than it would have been, and the angle isn't good from Dave Gilbert's point of view. Just look at that kiss there. That's been a big help there to Elliott, but could still be a costly miss. Dave trying to hold for a bulk colour. He's managed it, but with the deficit that he faces, that green could be a problem later on in this break if he gets that far.
Got a lovely angle on this brown to come down and try to get in behind two reds.
Five. Six.
Points behind. Only really that green. That should be the problem.
Well,
he's made it a little bit more difficult now, Dom.
Yeah, he has. He will be very displeased. Not only has he pushed the green just slightly closer to the side cushion, he's pushed it further away from the pocket, and it will be a big problem now to say if he gets that far. Just needs one good positional shot from this brown. That pink being off its spot won't help.
Yeah, played for the red. I think he played for the red into the left-hand pocket. I think he was a little bit worried about what you said there, Dom, about going behind the pink.
David Gilbert, 18.
20 points behind, but he's got the snooker.
It's tricky, this. In a way, I think Elliott would like to play this with a bit of pace to get distance between the balls, but he could leave a free ball if he doesn't hit the red. He hasn't hit the red.
David Gilbert, 4.
Don't think that will be a free ball. So I'm sure Dave Gilbert, as he has done, has exercised his right to have the cue ball replaced. No idea what Elliott Leicester is saying there.
I think he was commenting on the fact that he thought that this table was a little bit quicker than the other table. There's been a couple of shots where he's overrun them, or very close to overrunning them, so try number 3. Oh, he's adjusted. He could play there all day, Dom, and try and get through that gap, couldn't he?
Yes, there's not much of a gap there, is there? We'd be pleased he didn't flick the blue there, because the cue ball then have flicked the red and probably he'd have left it on. He's had enough now. Bit of a wild swipe. Tried to get distance between the balls. It could have finished a lot better, but it's still missable red. We're just going to have a look at this. Now look at this cue ball. Smallest of gaps that Elliott found there. But as I say, if he'd have just contacted the blue, could have left a simple red. But Dave has knocked it in, but again that green will be the problem. But those were so useful, those points that were given to him by Elliott Slessor. There are just 7 points now between them.
Yeah, needs a nice angle on this yellow. Looks pretty good. Can pop the yellow off the ball cushion. Try and bring this green into play.
Now we know, Lee, don't we, as players, how many times do you find the gap between the green and the cushion in a situation like this? Let's see what happens here, though. He's gone the wrong side of it altogether and
7.
didn't get anywhere near the cannon. He won't be taking this green on. Just 1 point in it. Big frame this, and it's anybody's.
Yeah, just a slight misjudgment with the cannon, so got to try and get a good safety here now. Make sure you get that green safe. This looks very good.
David Gilbert, 7.
That's an excellent shot from Dave Gilbert. Played with a lot of check side. Not only is it a difficult hit, but he's got to try and get it safe.
Follow miss. David Gilbert, 4.
And that is not safe. Great chance now for Dave Gilbert to go 2 frames in front.
Yes, Elliott made a mistake in the first frame. Dave Gilbert capitalised, but Elliott's had multiple chances in this one.
12.
Couldn't quite kill the frame off when he had the opportunity. He's conceded already. He's out of the arena. He's had enough of that frame. So Dave Gilbert does indeed, as Lee suggested, extend his lead to 2-0. I'll just give you an update on table 2. Chris Wakelin has defeated Joe O'Connor by 3 frames to 1, made a break of 90 in frame 4. So there's one more match to go on table 2. I don't think it's begun just yet, but that match will feature Joe O'Connor and Noppon Saengkham. So we're just going to refresh your memory as to the format of this event and the way it works. Each group is comprised of 7 players. The group winner, I'm just reading this out of course, the group winner from each of the 7 groups will progress to the winners group. That's going to be played in mid-February. 2 players who finish bottom of each group are relegated. Remaining 4 players from each group will advance to the semi-final playoffs, and they're guaranteed to be in the next group, but the winner, of course, as we say, goes through to the winners group. The person who finishes 5th, by the way, does come back to play in the next group. 5th player in the group from Group 1 was Elliot Slessor, that's why he's playing in Group 2 here. Every player plays against each other, after which the top 4 players will contest the semi-final playoffs. Those semi-final playoffs in this group will be played late afternoon, early evening tomorrow. All the matches are best of 5. Dead frames will not be played, so if somebody wins 3 frames to 0, you don't play the other 2 frames. And this is how the prize money works out. At the group stages, the winner receives £3,000, a run-up £2,000, semi-finalists £1,000. You get £100 for every frame that you win. £300 for every frame won in the playoffs. The highest break, of course, earns a high break prize of £500. That's for every group that's played. It does get complicated towards the end of play in the group stages tomorrow, because sometimes the points, frames for, frames against, are virtually identical, and it's difficult to work out who's going to progress to the semi-finals. It confuses us, it confuses the players, but it's a very exciting format.
Dave maybe taking on the double here. He did. Certainly worth a try. Would have been on the black if he'd got it. That red was the only one he could have left.
Good cue ball, but this red must be very tempting to Elliot Slessor. 2-0 behind. The likelihood is that he will take a couple on to try to get back into the match, but this isn't easy. If he stroked it in, missed it by a long way. Oh, has he been fortunate? Moderately so. I think the red will cut in, the one that's closest to the black, to the left corner. It's a thin one though, and the cue ball will be going to the pack of red, so it's a risky shot to play.
Yeah, he could have definitely left something easier than that. This frame taking up a similar pattern to the last frame, Dom.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 reds along the bulk line. Contrasting fortunes between these 2 players in the group stages so far. Elliot Slessor with 2 victories from 2 matches played, 3-0 and 3-1. Dave Gilbert has lost both of his matches just by that odd frame, 3-2, so he could really do with a win here. And 3-0 would be ideal. Well, with Elliott playing that safety shot into Bolt, that looks like it may end what was potentially heading towards a stalemate.
Played to cover the red closest to the green. He didn't cover it, but it hasn't played the best safety there. It's a very good red. Just not that cue ball. Stop from position on the blue, but still got green. You got a few loose reds as well, so. It's okay.
4.
Yeah, certainly is okay. You can drop the red in, play for the black into the same pocket. That red that's closest to the black is possible as well. Good chance this, even though the pink is out of commission for the time being.
Gilbert, even though he lost his match against Saengkham, he made breaks of 65, 66 and 129. He's already made 111 in this one, so certainly scoring very well.
Yes, and speaking of Saengkham, who lost his opening match 3-0 but then won the next 2 matches, he's just about to play what will be the last match to be played on table 2. It's just begun. He's in action, Saengkham, with Joe O'Connor. It's Joe O'Connor in first in frame 1. He's on a break of 46 currently.
20.
So he's got a nice angle on this blue. We'll go into the reds here, and if this works out, could be a frame winner. It's okay.
26.
Excellent chance now for Dave to go on and win this frame and match at this visit.
Yes, Dave Gilbert very familiar with this table. He's played all of his matches on this. Last night's beaten finalist Jackson Paige played just about every match on the other table, table 2, before qualifying for the semi-finals.
Yeah, it was a
43.
Very nice little cannon that Dave played there. Just open things up a little bit more. And Black puts him 50 points in front. He's got 3 open reds, so
50.
Would be a surprise now if he doesn't go on and win this frame and this match at this visit.
Perfectly on this red, stun it once again for the blue.
64.
To the same centre pocket. As Lee suggests.
65.
Just needs this blue to go 70 ahead with just 67 remaining. He'll probably play a cannon into the 4 reds. I don't think anything's potable. That's okay, he's on a red to the centre. And if he pots this, I'm pretty certain that Elliot Slessor will just remain in his chair until Dave breaks down or clears up, and then the handshake will arrive, and in the red goes.
71.
That's an excellent performance from Dave Gilbert, Dom, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, Lee. Exactly what the doctor ordered, having lost his first 2 matches by 3 frames to 2. And the fact, though, that he did lose both matches by the odd frame, that will help his, I was going to say frame difference, but his frames 4, because he's won 4 frames. So if you are going to lose, losing 3-2 is potentially very advantageous in the final group standings ahead of the semi-final playoffs tomorrow afternoon. Possible break of 135 on.
92.
Well, surely he doesn't want to leave that extension there, does he? Or was he just going to leave a double on the red? He is. He'll move it now for certain.
100.
Dave Gilbert showing us his skills here and showing us how easy snooker can be made to look.
108. 110. 113. 117. 122.
Nicely on the pink to just run the keyboard down for the black, probably into the right corner. And in goes the black for an impeccable total clearance from Dave Gilbert. Well played, a much needed win for him. His work for the day is done. 1 match won from 3 played. Just discussing a few nuances regarding the table. But anyway, we have one more match coming up for you here on table 1, which will end the day's play. Gary Wilson will be in action against Welshman Jackson Paige. That's coming up for you in approximately 5 minutes from now, so please stay with us.
Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biardo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego.
Jesus Christ.
What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global. domination. Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So we're just a moment or two away from our last match here on Table 1. This is the group table in Group 2. And we've got 4 players on 2 points each. Chris Wakelin, Elliot Slessor, Gary Wilson and Noppen Saengkham. Dave Gilbert and Joe O'Connor, 1 each. Jackson Paige, who's about to play this match, yet to get off the mark. But if he were to win this, then that is going to leave that table very, very tightly poised overnight. So it is Gary Wilson against Jackson Paige, 2 players who certainly like to get on with it, but let's see how this one pans out. Of course, Wilson did win his first 2. We saw him earlier on this table lose 3-2 to Noppen Saengkham. And Jackson Paige was beaten 3-1 by Joe O'Connor and 3-1 by Chris Wakelin. So this is his 3rd match. Chris Wakelin in the first group, he lost his first 2, won his last 4 and qualified. So Jackson Paige has made a bad start, but if he can win this one, he just goes off to his hotel feeling a bit better with everything to play for tomorrow, and that's a good first red.
1.
Have a look at the brown, but maybe he doesn't really have the angle he wants on it, so a little tap up to the green. He's not going to reach, is he? Barely hit it, really.
Gary Wilson, 4. 3 ball.
Obviously it's a balance between not overdoing it, but then not doing what he's just done, which is under-hitting it, leaving the free ball.
Brown.
Gary will try to pot this brown to the middle. And he's got it. He's nicely on the colour. So
1.
Could be an expensive mistake from Jackson. Gary already won 2 matches. Played flawlessly well against Chris Wakelin earlier today. He has missed a few in the other matches.
12.
This is where he's at his best, in and around the black. Played the cannon. Now, can he get through?
20.
Don't think he can. He's still got possibility of the one closest to the black. He's not got it. So break comes to an end.
20.
Yeah, like you say, it's kind of sums up his day, really. There's been some good stuff, but there's been some disappointing stuff as well. You can still, of course, end the day on 3 points, Gary Wilson, which is would be counted as a very successful day for sure. In fact, he'd be top of the table.
pretty good safety from Gary Wilson. Not sure if Jackson can get through to any reds. He's just playing off the cushion. Try and rest on red closest to the cushion. Needs to be careful. He has left this red on. I'm not expecting a lot of safety play in this game, Dave.
No, I was just thinking that these two, and it's true of most players, but they like an open game, but particularly these two, they get on with it, they're quick when they get in. So for connoisseurs, as you say, of tactical play, maybe not the match for you.
9.
I mean, obviously Gary Wilson, like everyone, wants to get in the winners group, but he's also looking just to get some confidence and some form ahead of the Masters next week. It's a huge tournament, of course. He's in it against the world champion Jan Tong on Monday night, so a few good, hard, solid days here of practice against top players is what he's looking for. It would be a bonus as well, of course, if he could get through to that winners group and have that to look forward to next month.
Blue puts him 53 points in front. Still plenty of open reds. So I'd be very surprised if he didn't win the frame at this visit.
$31. $37. $38.
68 the lead with the black, so one more red to secure this opening frame. Didn't win it directly off the failure from Paige to roll up to the green, but that was a factor in this frame for sure.
45.
Because of course had he nailed Wilson to the green, he would have been in big trouble. So these sort of little moments all add up in the end.
46.
Yeah, not something you see that often from professional players, but it does happen now and again. Gary Wilson has taken this chance very well. Usually a very quick player. But at the moment he's playing 17 seconds a shot, which is very quick indeed.
57.
Well, good job we've got some young referees here, a couple of 19-year-olds actually from Latvia, can keep up.
58. $65. 66. 73. 74. 81.
Gary Wilson's made 27 centuries this season, so he's right up there among the top scorers of the campaign.
82.
Looks certain to make another one here. Wait for it, Gary.
86.
Maybe he's got a restaurant booked, although having seen him eat that
88.
big roast dinner earlier, I don't know if he could force any more down him. An extraordinary meal. And this has been
91.
a terrific break from the Tyneside man.
$95.
He means business here in the last match of the day on table 1. A century
100.
from Gary Wilson. $100 exactly.
100.
Secures the opening frame here
6 in the frame.
against Jackson
Gary
Paige.
Wilson.
As I say, that little failure of Paige to roll up to the green in the end, it was a factor in the way that frame played out. Table 2 is Joe O'Connor against Noppen Saengkham, and it's 1-0 to O'Connor, and he's in here. Sorry, Noppen Saengkham is in here, hoping to level up. The brown looks the key ball for him. It's obviously safe there on the right-hand side. Noppen Saengkham lost 3-0 to Elliot Leicester in his first match, but then beat Dave Gilbert and Gary Wilson, both by 3-2 scorelines. Joe O'Connor beat Jackson Paige 3-1 and lost 3-1 to Chris Wakelin, so he got 1 point. Saengkham 2.
$55.
So, can he chip this brown into play? No, he can't, is the answer. So that frame in the balance. It continues, of course, live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Jackson Paige then breaking here in frame 2, trailing 1-0 after that 100 break. 100 exactly from Gary Wilson in frame 1. Wilson's 4th match of this group. Jackson Paige's 3rd. They play 6 in total. Jackson Paige last season was runner-up in the ranking event version of the Championship League, lost to Ali Carter in the final. This season, best performance, quarter-finals of the English Open. But on the one-year ranking list, 54th, so that's a guide to this season's form. It's not been that great, really.
Yeah. Finished off last season, although he didn't qualify for the Crucible. Finished off with those 2 maximum breaks, which was an incredible thing to do, first person to do it. Unfortunately for Jackson though, certain Ronnie O'Sullivan did it a couple of months later in the Saudi Masters. He's not, as you said, Dave, he's not qualified for the Grand Prix, so he'll be coming here trying to win a few matches, get a bit of confidence. He's got the German Open qualifiers later this week, so that'll be one he'll certainly want to qualify for. But that was a very loose safety, pushed a red over the corner pocket, and Gary Wilson is in around the black again.
Yeah, Paige can't afford to leave him in like this because Wilson is in a hungry mood, clearly, to do some damage in this last match.
Line.
Gary practices in North Shields Club along with Elliot Salessa and David Lilly.
Had
the pleasure of going up there a couple of times myself. Beautiful club, great practice. Having players like that in your club.
24.
Jackson Paige has a very similar thing. He practices in Mark Williams's club.
Yeah, which is more than Mark does, actually. He's not sitting there very often, is he?
That's very true, Dave. That's very true.
But listen, he became the oldest ranking event winner this season, didn't he? Winning that Zhang Grand Prix in China. Yeah, Gary got the bug early, like a lot of players, and when he was just 14, they had the old Nations Cup, a team event for the sort of home nations in Newcastle itself, and they arranged for some of the boys from the club to be mascots, so he went along, you know, and was in awe of the Ronnie O'Sullivans and John Higgins 31. And Mark and those guys who played in it. Stephen Hendry would have played in it. Great inspiration to, you know, work hard as a junior, try and get to that
32.
level himself. And next week, of course, he'll be walking out at the Masters to play the world champion, Zhao Xintong, in front of a big London crowd.
Yeah, and what a fantastic venue that is.
38.
Incredible atmosphere.
He was saying over dinner, wasn't he? He hopes they got rid of the wasp. Of course, there's not only one, but
39.
It was plaguing the guys on stage for the darts last night.
Well, it's worked out okay.
45.
All he has to do is just drop this red in. A little bit awkward queuing, but should be able to reach it no problem. Just drop it in, he'll be on the black.
46.
This is an excellent chance now to go on and take this second frame. Play a little cannon here. And if he gets it right, which he has.
53.
has opened the other two reds up as well, so no reason now why Gary Wilson
54
shouldn't go and win this frame at this visit.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, just on the other side of the wood. Sure you got it off? That looks the same.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just a little hair on the cue ball.
Red puts him 61 in front, so black, and then one more red. Talking to Jackson Paige upstairs, and he said that he won the first frame in his opening 2 games and not really had much of a shot after that, and these first 2 frames
75
hasn't had much of a shot here either.
76.
No, Wilson's in a mean mood. He got that initial red offered up, he knocked it in and hasn't looked back. Chance to make back-to-back centuries then.
83. 84. 90. 91. 98.
Trying to lift the
99.
safe red off the cushion. Pink for the century. Back-to-back centuries to start this match for Gary Wilson.
$105.
A little tut told you that wasn't quite online, but 100 and 105. And in no time at all, Gary Wilson leads Jackson Paige 2-0. Yeah, very impressive. And of course, would love to end with a 3-0 win as well, with the way it works out after points. It goes on frames and then least frames lost, so all the metrics would be in his favour. Jackson Paige, yeah, I mean, since failing to roll up to the green in that first frame, nothing has come his way. He hasn't seen anything. So, of course, round about this time tomorrow, we should know the identity of the 2 finalists, and in due course, who's going to join Tom Ford, our first qualifier for the winners group. Of course, he won Group 1 last night. The winners group will be next month. We'll play 4 groups this week, and then we're back after the Masters to play another 3.
Start frame. Gary Wilson to break.
Well, the man in a determined mood here, Gary Wilson 2-0 up, and hoping now to wrap this up. Maybe just will need one chance to do it.
Excellent long red from Jackson. And a nice kiss on the red as well.
Six. Seven.
A nice angle on this black. Can play a little cannon here to the middle of the three reds. Played it well.
$14. $15.
Very, very fluent player, Jackson Paige. Doesn't waste no time at all. Very aggressive, and you can see from that shot there, didn't have to play into the reds.
22. $23.
That's worked out okay.
28.
Put more reds into play. But he's under hit that one. Just a couple of inches more, this would have been very easy. Not perfect. He has got a red. He's just checking to see if he's on the red under the black. He's definitely got one to the right middle pocket. And that's the one he's taking. That was missable. And he'll be annoyed at that.
34.
Split the reds nicely. Be very disappointed to be leaving the table.
One.
And in the mood Gary's in at the moment, could be his last shot, Dave.
Well, he's played terrifically well in this match, hasn't he, so far? So that'll be the fear for sure. Equally, though, you know, one slip up from Wilson, such a short match, it could easily turn round, and he goes from
6.
You know, looking the certain winner to being very disappointed. So he's got to knuckle down here and just try and keep things as simple as possible.
7.
Love to get rid of the red that's closest to the black. He's nice and straight on that black, so just play a little screw back, leave him on this red.
14.
This will free the black up to both corner pockets.
15.
He's got at least 2 open reds.
22.
So he's got a perfect angle on this blue. If he chooses to play into the pack here, and this game goes right, could be a frame and match winner. Ooh, how's your luck? I think he's covered it. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically match over if he'd left the red. Well, is there a little gap here, or is he playing a plant? Oh, there was a little gap. What about that? And now, surely, it's done.
Well, that didn't look possible, Dave, did it?
36. 37.
This really is great stuff from Gary Wilson.
44.
Well, there's just enough on, isn't there, for another century, so that'll be quite something to make 3 and 3.
45.
Yeah, black puts him 18 points in front, so he's going to need these 3 reds.
52. 53. 59.
25 points in front. Red, black, red.
60.
And what a performance this is from Gary Wilson. And if he does take the blue,
68.
he can make 100 exactly with the clearance. Should do now.
Yeah, what a great feeling to, feel like you just can't miss.
73.
So Gary Wilson is going to be in a very strong position overnight, 3 points out of 4. Looking very likely to be in the playoffs tomorrow evening.
78.
Last order of business is to complete victory with a 3rd straight century.
82.
When Paige missed, you could see he was really concerned, and he was right to be, because of course he'd seen how well Wilson had played in the first 2 frames.
93.
Well, what a wonderful way to end the day. For the Tyneside Terror, Gary Wilson. 3 centuries in 3 frames to beat Jackson Paige by 3 frames to 0. A wonderful performance, and Gary Wilson a big favourite now to book his place in the semi-finals tomorrow evening. Finishes the day 3 points out of 4. Jackson Paige, meanwhile, has played 3, lost 3. So he's got it all to do tomorrow. But Wilson, I'm sure, will sleep easily, and he'll be back first thing in the morning, actually, to take on Elliot Slessor. The match on table 2 continues. Joe O'Connor and Saengkham, so you can watch that on the Match of Multisport YouTube channel. But that's it from table 1. But this is the latest position. Of course, there is still one result to come. But there is Wilson confirmed at the top, 3 points. Chris Wakelin, Elliot Slessor, and Saengkham all very much in contention on 2. Gilbert and O'Connor 1, but Jackson Paige 0. So he really has it all to do. He'll have to win his last 3 matches tomorrow to stand any chance of staying in. He can alternate, often does, of course, in this format. But he needs a good start tomorrow. So as I say, it's a bit of a tasty clash, I think, at 11 o'clock in the morning. Gary Wilson and Elliot Slessor, they know each other very well, those two. Chris Wakelin playing a couple of matches there. Table 2, Dave Gilbert, Joe O'Connor. And all the matches will follow until, of course, the playoffs in the evening, and then we will have our second player through to the winners group. So, well, in the end, it's a bit of an early finish, but congrats to Gary Wilson. That was a great performance. We'll see you tomorrow for more from the BetVictor Championship League. For now, it's good night.